Yeah, let us know.
Odyssey Sports Station. You ready? Let's go.
It's
From the fields to the courts and the gridiron to the tracks.
Electrifying sports talk from start to finish.
You're going wire to wire
With Diesel and Cole Bryson.
on the Fan Upstate.
Cole, this first segment is going to really test our Gamecock listeners and their ability to be objective. Because I'm going to say some not so nice things about one of your favorite daughters of the South Carolina women's basketball team. Welcome to Wire. I'm Diesel. He's Cole Bryson. He is on location in Spartanburg High School for a big old practice session with a whole bunch of some of the best players around the area. Cole, tell us a little bit about that, and then we'll get into this A'ja Wilson story.
Yeah, you just heard, I don't know if you could hear that over the microphone or not, some pretty bad thunder. And that lightning right before it was not a good sign. They may have to push this thing off an hour or so. Upstate High School Football Showcase at Spartanburg High School. 8 local teams that will be here. We'll have a couple of coaches interviews, Diesel. But like I said, the weather's not looking too good. They may have to push it back. The good thing is the reason for this, Diesel, and for our audience, they wanted to be able to get a lot of college coaches in the same place at the same time and have all the teams there practicing, right? So there's over 45 colleges represented today from across the Southeast and across the South. So if the weather can hold off, man, this will be a really incredible event.
And they picked the one day and the one stadium where it's raining. What a boneheaded decision.
That's right. It's summer, and now it's coming down.
Yeah, it's just started coming down here as well at the Ingalls Market Studios here at 25 Garlington Road. Cole, I want to jump right into this story because I think that this is going to drive a lot of Gamecock fans to a place where they don't necessarily want to go. Shame on A'ja Wilson, former Gamecock great. She's got a statue outside of Colonial Life Arena. A'ja Wilson was fantastic as a South Carolina Gamecock. But Cole, A'ja Wilson has made something that was not about race. And I thought we were past this, Cole. I thought we had the ability to not go here every single time. And dang it, A'ja Wilson went there. She made a statement, Cole, that black players in the WNBA are being swept under the rug because Caitlin Clark has made her way into the league. She said that Caitlin Clark's popularity in the WNBA is only because of her race. Cole, I didn't think we were going to go there. You know, A'ja Wilson is a pro. She's been in the league a long time. And for her to make this statement, somebody who's been in the WNBA now for 7 years, who's very likely the best player in the WNBA. I know she's competing for the WNBA MVP trophy year in and year out. I just don't understand this statement from her. What is she scared that Caitlin Clark is coming in and grabbing all the headlines? And now that she's only a few weeks into her career in the WNBA, I just don't understand making a statement saying that Caitlin Clark's popularity in the WNBA is only because she's white.
So I'm intrigued for several reasons, Diesel. Number one, when you put this story on our run sheet for the day, I did not hear about this. I am hearing about this for the first time. So you are going to get my live reaction. When was this said, Diesel? Was this recently?
Yeah, this was within the last couple of days, Cole. I'm going to read a quote here so that we can quote A'ja Wilson accurately. I was paraphrasing before, but this is a direct quote. She was asked about Caitlin Clark's popularity in the WNBA and asked if it's because of race. She says, quote, "I think it's a huge thing. I think a lot of people may say that it's not about black and white, but to me, it is. It really is, because you can be top-notch at what you do. You can be top-notch at what you are as a black woman, but yet maybe that's something that people don't want to see. She continues to say, they don't see it as marketable. So it doesn't matter how hard I work. It doesn't matter what we all do as Black women. We're still going to be swept underneath the rug. That was A'ja Wilson, direct quote, with regards to Caitlin Clark getting a lot of press, being new in the league, making a whole lot of extra money in endorsement deals as well.
I'm shocked. So me hearing that quote for the very first time, I want to know, Diesel, where is she basing this off of? What is she basing this off of? Number one, I thought she was better than that. Number two, what does Caitlin Clark's race have to do with her success? I am absolutely shocked.
So she's essentially saying here, Cole, that Caitlin Clark has increased marketability as a white player in the WNBA, and that she, as a Black woman, as a Black player in the WNBA, isn't marketable. It doesn't matter how hard she works. It doesn't matter what they all do as Black women. They're still going to be swept underneath the rug.
So white people, I'm referencing what she's saying, white women in the NBA are more marketable than African-American women. I don't, maybe she has some facts that she could share to make this, in order for this to have legs, Diesel, maybe she should share some facts on some proof, but I don't know how that's so. I mean, there are plenty of players in the NBA who are very, very marketable. I look at players in the NBA and the MLB who are not white and are very marketable. LeBron James has been the face of the NBA for how long, Diesel? 20 years?
Decades. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, that is very surprising to me. It really is.
Yeah, so, I mean, A'ja Wilson's a finalist for the 2023 WA MVP. She needs to act like it at this point, man. It's just pure and simple. You're an MVP candidate. I don't know if she's won the WNBA MVP before, but I mean, come on. A'ja has a shoe deal. She just got her shoe deal like within the past week. So she got the bag. Like, I don't know how much she's making as a player in the WNBA. I don't know what other kind of endorsement opportunities she's had presented to her over her career in the WNBA, but it's not like she's broke. Okay. She's making a pretty good living to go do something she loves. Now, Cole, if you haven't seen this yet, Caitlin Clark did make her WNBA debut last night with a 20-point performance for the Indiana Fever. She was kind of ambushed, asking for her response after the game. She said that she was unaware of A'ja Wilson's remarks, but I think she handled it fairly well here. She said, quote, I think there's opportunities for every single player in women's basketball. I think the more opportunities we can give across the board, that's what's going to elevate women's basketball. It doesn't need to be one players or two players. I think that even goes back to college. I think we can ... The parity in women's basketball is what's making more people want to come and watch it. I think the more you spread the love, show people, show their talents, show their teams, that's just going to continue to elevate it. So I think that's the biggest thing. So again, kudos to Caitlin Clark for handling a really tough question. Being ambushed, not dissimilarly in the way that Dawn Staley was ambushed in a press conference when asked a pretty tough question about trans players playing college basketball. But, kudos to Caitlin for handling that with class and not feeding into the beef even more.
And you know what? I'll bring up an interesting point and a quick programming note, Diesel. Just in a few moments from now, we'll be joined by head football coach of the Gaffney Indians, Coach Dan Jones, while we're in a little bit of a weather delay. You remember a few years ago when Stephen A. Smith kind of brought this same thing up and got ridiculed very much so about Shohei Ohtani and said similar things about him and his race and the marketability having really stepped across the line, in my opinion. And it's the same thing here. The reality of it is, if you're marketable, right? Texter says Angel Reese has been plenty marketable. And I completely agree with that. Angel Reese has been very well liked. And I think that we're able to market Angel Reese very much so.
Look, I mean, the game just received a huge boost in popularity, right? With what happened over the past 2 seasons with Caitlin Clark, with Angel Reese, with Iowa women's basketball, with South Carolina women's basketball, all of that. I mean, just appreciate that you're getting the boost, A'ja Wilson. I don't understand taking this direction.
What's interesting is, Diesel, it comes so early in Caitlin Clark's career. Like, for Caitlin Clark to have just entered the WNBA and this already being a topic of conversation, you know, if we're 3 to 4 years down the road and we're seeing proof and we're seeing reasons why she's more marketable, then maybe this has legs. But right now, with it being so early, one game in her career, that's what surprises me.
I want to go to the phone lines here, bring on Frederick, who wants to talk about A'ja Wilson and her comments. Frederick, what were your initial thoughts? And the question is, like, in your mind, why is this even necessary to bring up?
Well, I think a couple things. I watched the game last night and watched A'ja play. But I think I heard you say something about perception is reality. So whether or not the statement is true or not, that's her perception. However, I equate it to Tiger Woods when he started playing golf. You had a black athlete playing in a majority white sport, and he became the best at it. Mm-hmm. You take Caitlin Clark, who is a white athlete, and it doesn't have to be all about race, but a white athlete in a sport predominantly African-American.
Sure.
So with that being said, it's not necessarily making it about race. It's about perception. And that's their perception. I mean, take Leah Boston. She was the number 1 pick last year. Did she get the same type of hype, the same type of endorsement? Did she get the same notoriety that Caitlin Clark is getting? It could be because they're 2 different positions. She's a scorer. The NBA tends to promote and, emphasize scoring. So because Caitlin Clark is an amazing scorer, maybe that's why Aaliyah Boston may not have been as marketable as she was because she plays the center or forward position. So I don't think it's necessarily incorrect what A'ja Wilson is saying. I think that's just her perception. Well, in addition to that, when you're asked the question, do you want them to lie? Do you want to give them their honest opinion?
So, Frederick, I think Caitlin Clark benefited, and the player at LSU did as well, Angel Reese. I think they both benefited from riding a wave of tremendous media attention. Unfortunately, that wave didn't come 7 years ago. Obviously, when A'ja Wilson was coming out of college basketball, it was a slow build to get to that point. And then Caitlin Clark being the prolific scorer that she was. I mean, we heard this all throughout the women's tournament. Cole, do you remember who it was off the top of your head? There was at least 1 or 2 pundits for ESPN who were remarking, "Oh man, this is crazy because it's a white athlete. We're only paying attention to this because she's a white athlete." I mean, Frederick, you know as well as I do, we as a country never get past anything if we can't stop driving it back to this lowest common denominator conversation. I mean, it's not about Caitlin Clark being a marketable because she's a white athlete. She's marketable because she's insanely talented, right? I mean, why can't we focus on that?
Well, I think you can focus on that. So I agree with you. She is an immensely talented athlete, right? But, we always tend to, or I find that society always wants to move away from, why can't we get past the race thing when it comes to African Americans? Oh, why can't you guys forget about slavery? That was years ago. I never owned any slaves, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. But when you ride around and you see Confederate flags all over the place, oh, that's right. Or all these Confederate statues that people protest about taking down, they want African Americans to move on from the past when they're not. So I'm not going to condone A'ja Wilson's statement to say that it's correct, but I think in a short snippet of her answering that question maybe doesn't give the full merit or her thought to what she was actually saying. It's like a tweet. So many characters you can get into it. I would guarantee you if you ask A'ja Wilson, she would attest that she thinks that Caitlin Clark is an amazing and a great basketball player and she's good for the WNBA. However, even myself, particularly, I've never watched a lot of WNBA. So you don't see that markability. I think what she's trying to say is that you don't see a lot of these African Americans in commercials. You don't see them for whatever reason, whether it's the sport is just not popular, whether it's because of race, whatever it is. I mean, it could be a multitude of factors. But I just think, I respect Asia Wilson a lot. And I don't think that 10 or 15-second snippet of her opinion, fully encompasses her thought about what she's saying.
Frederick, appreciate the phone call. Thank you much, man. We got to move on here. We're getting to the very end of this segment. Cole, go ahead.
I don't hate what Frederick said. I think that there are some truths to what Frederick said, Diesel. And again, we appreciate the phone call, Frederick. That's a very good call. I appreciate your perspective. And you know what I do agree with, Diesel, maybe she does need, maybe what she said isn't said best in a short text format, right? Maybe that's not said best where she can't explain herself. I would, now that I've heard what she said, I'd be very intrigued for her to explain herself so I can better understand where she's coming from, right?
Yeah, it's possible here, Cole, that she had a very short period of time to answer this question. And as Frederick brought it up, sometimes these questions and answers come off the cuff, right? You don't in the live and in the moment, you don't always explain things exactly the way that you would want to, right? Sure. There's a reason why, Cole, when you watch political debates and they ask him a question, they say, "Oh, thank you for asking that question, and thank you for having me here at this event, at this beautiful hall with these people." It's because they're thinking, right? They're thinking and speaking at the same time. Again, Cole, it disappoints me to go there. To me, it reeks of jealousy that she's new in this league and she's getting all this attention. I don't know if that's Asia Wilson's intent, but that was my initial reaction, and I think it's just unfortunate that this is where it went.
I definitely don't like where it went. I would like to hear more from her perspective to see what she would have to say if she had a little bit more time to sit down. But it is very interesting. I want to come back to this during later on during the show, Diesel, because so many people have opinions on it, and I think it is interesting. I do want to tell you that we're going to hit a break. Coming up next, we're going to be joined by head football coach of the Gaffney Indians, Dan Jones. We are in a weather delay, maybe a weather dunzo. Looks like it might be enough weather to call it a quits here for what was going to be a really good event. We'll talk a little high school football on the other side, Diesel, with Dan Jones. This is Wire to Wire on the Fan Upstate.
You're listening to the underground of sports talk radio, where we're not afraid to get dirty.
It's Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson on the Fan Upstate.
Take control of your listening experience with Rewind on the Odyssey app. Missed a jaw-dropping moment? No worries.
The Odyssey app makes it easy.
With Rewind, you can relive big moments from Rob Brown, Jim Rome, and more. Don't miss a beat. Just hit Rewind with the Odyssey.
Well, Diesel, the Upstate High School Football Showcase event that was supposed to have 10 high schools from the Upstate, over 40, almost 45 colleges, scouts from all over the country. Some drove 6 hours to be at this event today. Florida State, Alabama, the Auburns, you name it. They were here. They are here now, but the event has been called.
Hey, stop them, Cole. It's sunny. It's sunny here in Greenville now. Tell them to come on down here. Do it down here.
I agree.
Yeah.
You should have had 2 locations, right? One as a backup, maybe one on the other side of town. I know it might have rained over there too, but it's unfortunate because there are a lot of college scouts that, college scouts and assistant coaches, they travel a lot, man, at the collegiate level. They really do travel a lot. And when you come to see an event like this where you're going to have 10 teams at the same place at the same time, it's really beneficial to college scouts because those scouts don't have to go to 10 different high schools. They're able to see and lay eyeballs on all of this talent, all of these teams at one time. And how it is in South Carolina. Welcome to South Carolina, right? In the summertime, you just never know what can happen, and we're officially in the summertime, and those pop-up showers can happen at any minute, and they have definitely popped up today. But we do have Dan Jones, Diesel. Perfect. Let's bring in the head football coach of the Gaffney Indians, Coach Dan Jones. Coach, let's start with today's event. Obviously, a little bit of a letdown, but you can't control the weather, right?
No doubt about it, Cole, and we're kind of used to it now, to be honest with you. We've had several days we've had to cancel because of weather, but, the Lord's good anyway, so we'll be all right.
Well, Coach, before we get into the 2024 season, what we can expect on the gridiron from your Gaffney Indians, I know that through the year, as you do more and more media interviews, Coach, the number one question you will be asked is about the announcement that was made earlier this winter. And this being your last season as the head football coach of the Gaffney Indians, has that become bittersweet yet, Coach, or has it kicked in yet?
Well, to be honest with you, I guess each day is different. It's just you don't dwell on it much. You take care of the kids that are announced, just like I told them, whether I'm here, you here, or anybody, or Cole Bryson here, Gaffney's going to play football on Friday night. So, Nick Saban certainly went out without much fanfare, and I think he's just a little bit more elevated than I am. So, I don't really, plan on it being my year. It's going to be these seniors, and we got a lot of them coming back, and we're excited about the prospect of making a run for a state championship.
Coach Dan Jones, head coach of the Gaffney Indians, joining us here on Wire to Wire with Cole Bryson and Diesel. Coach, this is Diesel here. Tell us about the recruiting and transferring at the high school level. It's something that maybe Cole knows quite a bit about, but I don't, and the average listener might not know that. And tell us how your decision, your announcement to retire after this season might affect the Gaffney roster into next year and the year beyond.
To be honest with you, I don't think that's going to play a factor because I'm certainly not involved in that. But it's, high school football for sure, with parents being mobile and always looking for, their kid, what's best for their kid. I told somebody a long time ago, if we just keep all the Gaffney kids, we'd be fine. But, that's not the case now. They're not going to play second or – it's hard to get a backup quarterback because Gaffney's backup quarterback goes to Broome or Spartanburg or Boiling Springs or somewhere. It's tough now, and nobody wants to play second fiddle, or nobody wants to wait till their senior year to be their year. I can remember the last really good starter we had that started as a senior was Joey Copeland, and we were 14-0 going into the state championship with that young man. So it can happen and be really good, but we just, for some reason, everybody wants it now. So the game has changed on that end, and I guess that's probably one of the reasons I'm glad I'm on the back nine.
Coach Dan Jones, Coach, one of the biggest stories talking about Gaffney football, one of the biggest stories right now is your quarterback, who, speaking of transfer, did transfer in during the offseason. Javon Gilmore really looks like a freak athlete when you watch him on film or in person. You have seen a lot of college coaches come through your doors the last few weeks. You have not only Javon, but a lot of talent in your hallways. What has it been like seeing these different colleges come from all over the Southeast and all over the nation looking at Javon Gilmore and company?
Well, it's great that that's happening. It's certainly a handful, and we're having to have several coaches now have to help deal with recruiting because today at one time we had North Carolina, Virginia Tech, Ohio State, Richmond, and Alabama State in the football area this afternoon. So to deal with that many people at one time and get kids out of class and introduce them to the coach and talk a little bit about each one. It's a chore, but it's a pleasure that, that's what a lot of these kids play for now is to get that recognition and to move on and be able to move on and play college ball. And certainly that's what we want them to be able to do, is to fulfill their dreams for sure. But, it's not always possible. And, I never got an opportunity. Nobody was looking for a 750-pound person when I played, but I certainly love the game. And sometimes it seems like, that's all they play for. But, we got a lot of kids at Gaffney that play great football but will never play any college football. So,
Coach Cole mentioned Javon there. Is there a player or two on your roster who may be a little unheralded or a little underscouted at the moment who you think might really have a chance to develop and get a further opportunity maybe down towards the end of the season as he gets some more film on him?
Well, I honestly think we have more of those than we do your blue chips or whatever. We, right now, Andrew Root, certainly going to be a 3-year starter. He's won the strength competition in Columbia in the state as a 10th grader, and I think he placed 3rd this year as a junior and probably win it next year as a senior. And just the recruiting has changed a little bit lately because of, can y'all hear this rain?
We can.
I'm in a car, but it's changed, as far as now the Notre Dames and South Carolinas and a lot of those schools now, unless you're a 5-star, they go to the portal and get a guy that's played college football and has some maturity on him, 2 years under his belt playing college football. And the kids like Andrew Root, that would be a great player at the next level, kind of gets pushed to a lower level, or sometimes if you're already at a lower level, not at all. So we're learning the portal just like the college coaches are in it. But we certainly have, we think Amari Boyd's a great player, and, he's Jaden Sims. We've got several guys, AJ Suttle at center, and we got several players that we feel like are going to get offers. We just don't know at what level and where. But, and certainly we got Shedrick Surratt, who is been offered by several SEC schools, and Javon been offered by several. Jaden McDowell now has been offered by Cincinnati, and he'll get several more, but certainly you have probably more of the ones that are going to go to smaller schools, Gardner-Webb's, colleges like that. And we want those guys to get an opportunity because in the end, it's just guys that really want to continue playing football and playing at college level and hopefully getting a degree from that university is the most important thing.
Dan Jones joining us on the Renewal by Anderson of the Carolinas fan phone. Coach, you mentioned the portal. I want to ask you, at the college level with portal and NIL, how has that hurt recruits that you've seen walk in your hallways that don't have the chance to go and play immediately at colleges, because a lot of colleges would rather have the guy who has more experience from the portal?
Well, to give you an example of that, I mean, I think there's some good and bad, but, an example would be, hold on just a second, our defensive end, I can't even think of last year, it's at Appalachian State. Nate Johnson, he's at App State. Well, Notre Dame come to try him out. So he is a Notre Dame type player, Clemson, South Carolina, because he's 6'6" and he's long, but he wasn't ready to play immediately at that level. So he goes to Appalachian State, and, he made All-American, freshman All-American there. And, they're tickled to death that he's going to stay for his second year, but they're pretty certain that they won't be able to pay him enough to play his junior and senior year. But, so you don't really know at what level. Normally, we knew that guy was a Power 5 football player, but, because, they're worried about their jobs, they need somebody that's played at Oklahoma or Nebraska or Tennessee that ain't quite made it maybe, but is itching to get out of there and show that they can play. So it's different scene now.
Coach, a year from now, you're going to be, a couple of months removed from coaching at the high school level. The question is, what are you going to do to fill up your time now that you won't have to deal with all the stresses of being a high school coach here in the Upstate?
Well, to be honest with you, that's yet to be seen. I certainly have some things I like to do. I like to fish, and I wish I could still golf, but that's out. And but me and my wife certainly like to travel, and I've got a daughter that's going to be married soon, and she's a little older now, and they'll probably have grandkids, or I'll have grandkids before too long, and certainly want to spend time with them. And there's always adventure.
Coach, before we let you run, I want to ask a follow-up to Diesel's question about that. The majority of our audience, Coach, they've never coached, at a high level like you're doing at the high school level or coached in general. How do you know when it is time to hang it up when you've been coaching as long as you have?
Well, I'll be honest with you. It's hard for sure, because one is you have the concern of the guys that help elevate your program, and we certainly have a great staff at Gaffney, and I've been privileged to work with those guys. I certainly don't necessarily feel as the boss as much as maybe just the leader of that group, and I'm worried about them and what'll come of that and this program. Worried about the kids, that I'll leave that'll be juniors, but at the same time, there's always I'm looking forward to life without, as far as the coaching part, just getting up and going to watch a game on a Friday, and I think that's going to be fun. Where I hadn't got a lot invested, and I can just pull for the guys and have a good time and relax, and I guess also the game's changing, and I've seen it in recruiting. Certainly as far as the technique and all the stuff now, the game continues to change and always probably will. And, at some point in time, it's just, it's time to let some of the younger guys take over. And, they have a passion for the game also. And I know it's going to be in good hands. And it's just, I guess it's just time. You can feel it.
That is Dan Jones, head football coach at Gaffney, leading into his final season there on the sidelines in Gaffney. Coach, I know there's going to be a lot of people up there in Spartanburg County. Really sad to see you go, but of course, wishing you well at the same time. So good luck on the season. Win them all if you can, sir.
Thanks, Coach.
Thank you so much, Cole. Appreciate it.
That is Dan Jones. Hey, Diesel, you know what's interesting? This just keeps popping in my head, man. Like, how many coaches do you and I hear now, Diesel, that are retiring say the phrase, the game is changing?
Yeah.
I mean, man, this is crazy, even at the high school level.
Yeah, there's going to be, a whole generation of coaches, Cole, who all they know is the old school way. So this new modern way of coaching and having to deal with this whole new level of stress, and coaching has always been a difficult, stressful job, but here you're adding a whole new layer to it. And there's going to be a new series of coaches who this is all they know. So they may be better equipped to handle it, or, they may structure their organizations in a way that allows them to handle it a little bit easier. You hate to see longtime, really good coaches in this area leave, but that's just kind of the way of the world.
It is. And big thanks to Coach Jones for taking time to join us on the way back. If you just tuned in, the Upstate High School Football Showcase was canceled because of the weather. A lot of teams, colleges, the parking lot's emptying. The parking lot across from where I was full, over 100 cars, and a lot of those were college coaches. So I have been told it's been called, and we appreciate Dan Jones. Dan Jones this year in his final year with Javon Gilmore at quarterback, with Jaden McDowell at running back. You and I will do a lot of talking about high school football as the season nears, but man, they're the early favorite. They are in 5A. They are going to be the early favorite with the talent they have. They have a stacked roster this year, and what a nice way it would be for him to go out with a 19th championship at Gaffney High School.
Yep, we appreciate Coach Jones joining us on the show. Cole, when we come back, I'm sure a lot of people have already heard this audio. If they haven't, Clemson fans, man, this may make you sigh and shrug and duck your head, because Dabo Swinney has doubled and tripled and quadrupled down on his stance when it comes to the transfer portal. And this one is another one of those ones that's going to make you say, guess it's not changing. We're going to get to this audio. We're going to react to it and look at it from the perspective of, if you're Graham Neff, if you're Dabo's boss, how do you treat this audio? That's coming up next here on Wire to Wire on the Fan Upstate 97.7 FM in Greenville, 97.1 FM in Spartanburg, everywhere you are on the free Odyssey app, and of course, always after the fact on the podcast at thefanupstate.com.
Always streaming on the free Odyssey app. Search the Fan Upstate, and you're wired to Diesel and Cole Bryson on Wire.
secret what Dabo Swinney's opinions, thoughts are on the transfer portal. We talk about it a billion times on this show. A billion national pundits have talked about it. And guess what? Dabo ain't changing his mind on the transfer portal. We saw 12 guys transfer out this year. All of them non-starters, so it doesn't matter that much. You know, you maybe opened up some additional scholarship opportunities there. But not a single guy was added to via the transfer portal. And it seems like you're just not going to be able to win at the highest level in college football today without at least adding a piece or two, some icing on the cake, as it were, to your roster to get yourself better. But because it's wide receiver room, who is the elite guy in the wide receiver room? They don't have one. It seems like a great opportunity to go out and get someone via the transfer portal, but Clemson is not interested in getting into winning awards. He's not interested in throwing a lot of money at guys coming out of other schools and coming off of other rosters to attract them to canvas there in the county. Cole, when asked about his transfer portal
and we say, okay, you've got, Coach Reed, you're going to get, 2 corners. Do you want to trade? No, sir. I like my guys. Here's the guys in recruiting, and there's a lot that goes into it. But we had 127 players go through spring, and 125 are still on our roster post portal. So maybe we should get like a trophy. And oh, by the way, we don't have many guys leave without a degree. We just had the highest graduation success rate. Like, you asked me that, and we're a part of that group, but we had the highest graduation success rate.
Yeah, I'm going to stop you right there, Dabo, because nobody gives a rip on how many guys you're graduating. Yeah, you can stop with that narrative. No one cares that you have the highest graduation rate from God. No, this is not what this is about, Dabo. This is about winning football games. And look, I'm fine with saying we're really, really confident in our ability to evaluate talent coming out of high school. I'm fine with believing that. But Cole, you know as well as I do, you can see via the results that Clemson needs help at certain positions. Yeah. And the transfer portal is a way to do that. Again, I'm not saying you need to go out and add 15 guys, 20 guys every year via the transfer portal. But if you're adding 2, if you're adding 3, then you can be really strategic with what you choose to do, with how you choose to do this. And if I'm Graham Neff, Cole, I'm really disappointed in Dabo. I mean, I'm sure Graham is over there saying to himself, yeah, Dabo, do whatever you want. Yeah, this is your ship. You run it. But at the same time, he hears this and he's hoping that one of these days Dabo is going to say, you know what? I really hoped that I could do things the way that I wanted to do things, but it's just not quite getting us to where we need to be. So I need to maybe consider reevaluating my philosophy. And this is Dabo digging those heels in even deeper and saying, nah, man, it's not going to happen. My way is the way.
When in the world, when did we start prioritizing graduation rate and GPA over winning football games?
It's one of those things you talk about when you're not winning.
It is so disgusting. It is so disgusting to hear that audio because I have no idea, Diesel, how he can sit there and really spew that out when the only thing that has ever mattered is winning. You can talk about GPAs. You can talk about graduation rate. You can talk about all that, but the bottom line is, Diesel, 85,000 people don't pack out Death Valley to see graduation, okay? 85,000 people don't pack out Death Valley to hear about the team freaking GPA. 85,000 people pack out Death Valley to see wins and consistent winning to meet the standard that you, Dabo, that you set. That is garbage.
Yeah,
that
Cole,
tell me absolute garbage take.
Tell me how many spectators who don't have a family member involved show up to graduation, cheering and holding up signs saying, "Isn't it great that Trevor Lawrence graduated?" Woo! No, that's not what this is about. Dabo, why don't you talk about how many guys met a girl? How many guys kissed a girl this semester? Why don't you talk about how great that is? I mean, graduation rates are not important, man. You're here to win games. Texter says, Jesus, I thought Mark Ryan was gone. Get out of here, Texter. You're wearing those orange glasses and you can't see. You can't see that this program is slipping. Bro, Clemson, Georgia is at noon on opening weekend. That should be a marquee primetime game. But the network executives said, Clemson, you're not worth it. You're going to get your ass reamed in this game. Georgia's going to beat you by 40, so we're not going to put it on at prime time. That's what the people who make the decisions in this sport think about Clemson football. And they believe that you are done.
And I don't know if the texter was referring to you or me. I'll just say this. Graduation rates, are they important? Sure, they're important. But you don't make money. You don't sell out stadiums. You don't bring in millions of dollars because of freaking graduation rates. Let me say this, Diesel. I have grown up, for those out there that are getting this misconstrued, I have grown up my entire life a Clemson fan. Don't act like this is some SEC homer crap, okay? I don't want to hear that. I've grown up my entire life as a Clemson fan pulling for Clemson, and I don't care about hearing you sound like Mark Ryan, SEC home. Bro, open your freaking eyes. The program's not where it used to be. If you want to sit there and get mad about it, that's a you problem, dude. That is a you problem. They've slipped, and they are continuing to slip. They're all transfers. They transferred from high school. What kind of load of crap is that? Come on, man.
Yeah, man. Dabo's going to get himself dizzy spinning like that. I mean, it's a ridiculous statement, Dabo. And he does this he does that good old boy lean back. Well, I'm going to tell you, man. I will tell you right now, we didn't need no transfers out of the transfer portal because we got guys who transferred in from high school. Yeah. I'm telling you, they're transfers from high school. Don't we feel good about that? That's Dabo. That is Dabo throwing a middle finger. At this whole thing. What a joke. I mean, Cole, I used to think he was a smart man. I used to think he made smart decisions when it came to winning football games. I'm not so sure anymore. I'm not so sure. Texter says Dabo sounds like someone having to really dig for an answer on the fly during a debate.
I'll finish with this before we hit a break. Diesel, can Dabo Swinney still win games? In my opinion, Cole's opinion, yes. Can Dabo Swinney still take his team to the playoff? Yes. A lot of that has to do, in my opinion, of him being in the ACC and the playoff expanding. I think Clemson's a lock every year to get into the 12-team playoff. I really do. But they're not who they used to be, and they're not meeting the standards that he set, and they're not adapting. If you don't like that, I'm sorry. If you don't want to admit it, if you don't want to face the music, I don't know what to tell you, but you have to see it in reality and not through any colored glasses, okay? Take the freaking glasses off and look at it as it is. That is exactly what the facts show. He's not adapting. He's not up to date. He's not up to speed on 2024 college football.
He's not only not adapting, Cole, he's telling you flat out, I don't want to adapt. I don't want to change. I only want to do things my way. And if I can't do my look, man, Dabo raised this ship out of the water, right? It was a shipwreck sitting on the seafloor, and Dabo raised it out of the water. He put some new boards on it, made the thing float. It floated better than it ever had before. But I think Dabo Swinney is going to take this ship down again. I really do. I really, it's harsh for me to say that, but Dabo Swinney is going to be the reason that Clemson football ends up back as a 9-win team.
Texter says Dabo wants all roster spots for coaches' kids. Look at the amount of Daniel Lyons on the roster. Why don't they win state every year if they have that many? Another texter says, I am a Clemson fan, and Cole is right. We will come back to this. It's listen, we'll talk about this a million times until college football starts because these are facts. These aren't opinions we're just making up. But coming up on the other side, Diesel, something that is so fascinating. We're going to get to audio of Paul Feinbaum and Nick Saban in a few minutes, but I want to start the next segment. Something happened yesterday, Diesel, in baseball that had a 0.0001 chance of happening. I'll tell you what that was on the other side. He's Diesel. I'm Cole Bryson, and this is the Fan Upstate.
Game on, gloves off. We aren't pulling any punches.
This is Wire to Wire with Cole Bryson and Diesel on the Fan Upstate.
Infinity Sports Network. Sports Flash.
Most usually say slightly better than media.
Odyssey Sports Station.
You ready? Let's go.
It's alive! Drive into left center field.
From the fields to the courts and the gridiron to the tracks,
Electrifying sports talk from start to finish.
you're going wire to wire
With Diesel and Cole Bryson.
on the Fan Upstate.
It is Wire to Wire, the newest afternoon drive show on your radio dial. 97.1 Spartanburg, 97.7 Greenville, anywhere in the world on the free Odyssey app. He's Diesel. I'm Cole Bryson, and I am live at Spartanburg High School. What was supposed to be the Upstate High School Football Showcase event. 10 teams from the Upstate, over 40 colleges were here. The parking lot across from where I am sitting was absolutely slammed. I was told the Ohio State offensive coordinator, offensive line coach, a lot of big name coaches, scouts, 40 total from what I was told were here, and they had to leave. The weather, you know how we live in South Carolina, man. Anything can happen in the summertime, and these afternoon showers can be pretty bad. So it has been called, and we won't be able to see these college coaches, and most importantly, won't be able to see the talent that they were here to see. Diesel, yesterday something happened that had a 0.0001% chance of happening in baseball. Have you seen this yet? Do you know what this is?
I don't.
Okay. I have never in my life seen this. I never in my life thought I would see this. Yesterday, in an MLB game, Diesel, 2 consecutive back-to-back pitches were thrown. The ball was hit, and they were both foul balls, okay? They both landed in the same section. What's even wilder, where this gets wild, Diesel, the same fan out of the entire, 40,000 people that were there, the same fan caught both balls back to back, and that it had a 0.0001% chance of happening. Is that not
Wow.
insane?
Man, see that guy for tomorrow's lottery numbers, would you?
Oh, man, if I were him, I'd go buy a lottery ticket. That would be absolutely insane. So I ask the listener, I ask you, Diesel, what is the luckiest you've ever gotten? Like serious luck. I'm not talking about, some of you may say, well, I married my wife. That's pretty lucky. I'm saying serious luck. I've always, Diesel, had terrible luck, it seems like. I'm not good at gambling on, poker machines or slot machines or anything like that. I've never won much. I always seem like I have bad luck. 71307. Start your text with the word fan. We will see it. Phone lines open as well. 844-FAN-PHONE. What's the best luck you've ever had, man? This texter, this guy caught foul balls back to back.
That's tough to say. Nothing like that. I mean, I'm with you. I think I have the opposite of luck.
Yeah.
I've played the lottery, $2 scratch offs a handful of times, maybe 20, 25 lottery tickets I've ever bought in my life. I just don't see the use in it. And because I never win anything. I've never won a single dollar off of a lottery ticket. No, my wife's family, what they like to do is they like to get lottery tickets, $2 scratchers as stocking stuffers. Just something fun to add to Christmas. And who knows, you may win a couple bucks. I have never won. My wife has won two scratchers off of a 3 scratcher roll in front of me. And it drives me nuts. She wins all the time. I never win anything.
I've never won much money off of scratch off, Diesel, but I've won a little bit. I've played the lottery, the regular Powerball. Obviously, I wouldn't be sitting here, if I had luck with that. But I've never had any kind of luck. I can't imagine going to an MLB game and sitting, where the yellow foul pole is, sitting like right behind it. And you're lucky enough to catch one foul ball. Well, all of a sudden, the very next pitch, how does that happen? Like the batter, that he is so good, Diesel, that batter has the exact same approach, swing, that he hits that ball in the exact same location 2 times in a row. I don't think that's
unbelievable.
Will that ever happen again?
No, that'll never happen again. I mean, that's you're talking about astronomical odds. I mean, that's like saying I'm sitting here eating my ice cream out of my mini baseball helmet, which might be the single best thing about being a fan at a baseball game is eating ice cream out of the mini helmet and having a baseball just plop right into your ice cream. Right? I mean, we've seen footage, Cole, fans catching home run balls in their beer cup. I mean, that's pretty astronomical, the odds of that happening. But yeah, I don't think I've ever had anything even remotely like that. I mean, maybe hitting 2 good golf shots in a row and actually birdieing a par 4. That might be considered my best luck that I've ever had.
Have you ever caught a ball at a game?
No.
I haven't either.
No, and so occasionally I'll take my glove to the game if I know I'm going to be sitting out there where I might catch a home run ball or catch a foul ball. I'll sometimes take my glove. I mean, I feel like a nerd at nearly 40 years old doing that, but occasionally I do. And I never catch a foul ball.
I'd like to see a study. Let's ask this question. If you, Diesel, were to go to a Braves game and sit in the outfield, let's call it fair territory, so it has to be a home run.
Okay.
How many straight games would it take for you in the same seat, the exact same seat? How many straight games do you think it'd take to catch a ball?
Oh, man.
Over a season?
Yeah, I get. Yeah, probably. I mean, what are the odds of having one come right to you? You can't move. You can't slide down a couple of seats. You can't go down a row, tackle a 9-year-old, rub his face in the cement. No, you can't do that. You've got to stay in your seat. I think it would probably take you multiple seasons.
I do too. I think it would take multiple seasons, which is wild to think, right? Because some people go to a game one time and they just all of a sudden get lucky and they catch the catch the baseball. But Zachary on the stream says the odds of the 2001 Miami Hurricanes being the greatest college football team ever is 100%. That's out of left. Speaking of left field, Zachary, that's out of left field to say the least. All right, Nick Saban and Paul Feinbaum, Diesel, were sitting down. And we have a really short piece of audio. But this audio is intriguing because they kind of did like a reverse role. Feinbaum kind of interviewed Saban, and then Saban kind of interviewed Feinbaum, and they were talking about the future of college athletics. So I want us to hear this audio, and then on the other side of the audio, Diesel, talk about something that I think we talk about a good bit in terms of the landscape of college athletics changing. But I also want you and I get into solutions, like not just solutions we grab off the wall over here, but actual solutions that can be legit and can be used. Let's hear what Nick Saban recently had to say a few days ago.
Then what?
Well, I think we need to solve the lawsuits,
Okay.
the lawsuit issues, and then we probably need some federal legislation so that we can operate that protects us from litigation and protects us with Title IX and protects Title IX. Title IX is opportunity, equal opportunity for women's sports. I'm all for that. I want that. But you can't, I don't know if we can pay everybody and keep all the sports that we have. So that's going to be a problem that we'll have to address in the future.
You can kill it.
I know this is something.
What do you think when Diesel, the second thing he said was a federal, sort of like federal legislation. What does that look like?
Well,
Because
we've seen,
right?
we've seen lawsuits from across the country systematically strip every single one of the NCAA's long-held bylaws and traditions. Not every single, you know what I'm saying? Like the big ones, the important ones, the ones that actually affect whether or not athletes can make money. And it's been fascinating to watch, Cole. I mean, these rules were set for a reason. They were not set to keep a thumb on the players, but these rules were set for a reason so that, schools in the league could maximize their profits in their game, the game that they created and the game that they administrate. And we saw so many rules get struck down, get beaten in court to the point where student athletes can sue and strip away any rule they don't like anymore. And these guys are wanting more and more money in NIL. I mean, if this thing, Cole, heads one day down the line of paid employees of the universities, you're telling me that their salaries will stay the same forever? No, their salaries are going to increase. They're going to demand more over time, especially as more money comes into the sport via an increased playoff and other ways that they're going to make money, revenue sharing, et cetera. So I get where Nick Saban is going, is we have to have some federal protections so that we can actually create a set of rules that aren't immediately going to get struck down by somebody with a really good lawyer.
Will that actually happen though? Like, is that feasible?
Well, at this point, the federal government has said we don't really want to get involved.
Sure. And that's what's going to hurt them, right? Because if they don't get involved, there's going to be no protection. Like,
how do you have rules if you're not really allowed to set rules that are just going to be, overturned? The
very first thing he said, though, Diesel, that Nick Saban said in terms of the college landscape and what the fixes are, like what the glaring needs are, right? The first thing that Nick Saban said was the lawsuits. I asked the Tolos, 71307. By the way, that stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Are the collegiate lawsuits right now the most glaring issue in college sports? Do you think so, Diesel?
I mean, it's certainly one of them. I'm not an expert on how many lawsuits are still active in college sports. I mean, what was the last big lawsuit? It struck down whether or not how many times a player could transfer over the course of their career. Now they essentially can transfer as many times as they want until they exhaust their eligibility. That's really hard for coaches. I mean, used to be, Cole, even just a few years ago, if Shane Beamer gets a transfer into South Carolina, he knows that he's going to have that guy throughout the remainder of his eligibility. But not anymore. A guy could be at Virginia and say, well, I was really good at Virginia. I want to transfer to South Carolina. Beamer says, great, I can build around this guy. Guess what? Poof, he's gone. And then he goes somewhere else. Poof, he's gone from there as well. So that's one of the big things that was struck down.
You and I were talking about this not too long ago, and I think Diesel yesterday at the Spartanburg Gamecock Club meeting, we were talking about this with somebody off the air. I just don't know. Like, have you ever seen those mattresses, Diesel, that come in a small box? Have you ever seen those?
Yeah, the ones you slice open, poof.
Yeah, and when you open it, you're exactly right. Poof, it goes and it expands, right? There's no way you and I can get one of those mattresses back in that box. I think it's so similar here. I just don't know that in college athletics there's any backtracking. And maybe that's me being really negative. Maybe that's the not optimistic Cole speaking, and maybe I'm wrong. But, I don't know, when you let that mattress out of that box, when you let what's already happened with no real leadership, Diesel, no litigation, no government, controlling what does and doesn't happen. I just don't know. I just don't see how you're going to get it back in that box. I don't see how you backtrack from here, and that's my worry. I hear what Saban and Feinbaum say, but how do you truly backtrack? That's my concern.
You can't backtrack. At this point, Cole, it's a negotiation. If you want to if you're a college football administrator, say you're the president of the NCAA or whatever organization is running things a few years from now, what do you have to give up to get back to a semblance of normalcy, right? So if you wanted to reintroduce some sort of portal legislation that says you can only transfer once at the same level, after that you have to transfer down, or you can only transfer once, period. What do you have to give up to get a players association to agree to that? People say every time we bring up the changes in college football, Cole, and they'll say things like, "Oh, let's just take it back to the way that it was."
Yeah.
Guess what? Gone. You can't. This is not Men in Black, right? You can't flash that little red light and make all these players forget that they're in a situation where they can make a ton of money and they could transfer wherever they wanted to. You can't undo that. So if you want to rein it in, you have to give up something.
Grant and Five Forks weighs in on the conversation on the text line 71307. Start your text with the word fan. Grant says there is nothing that can be done to maintain the amateur status of college football or basketball. The only thing you can do is remove football and basketball from the NCAA and create new feeder, collectively bargained professional leagues for the NBA and NFL. Then the rest of college sports can stay amateur and Title IX can remain intact. Very good text, Grant.
Yeah, Grant, but then I question, why shouldn't baseball players want to get paid? Why shouldn't gymnasts want to get paid? You talk about like this like it's in a bubble, right? Like it only affects football and basketball. And most schools, you're probably right. Almost every school, you're probably right about that. But there are stars on these baseball teams. You telling me if there were no football and basketball on campus, you telling me that Cole Messina at South Carolina wouldn't want a little taste of the money that they're making because he's jacking home runs every night? You telling me the stars at Tennessee or the stars at Texas A&M wouldn't want a little bit of money for their efforts?
You're right. No, I think it's fascinating, but you said it, Diesel. The smaller sports, that's where the issue comes in because it's not just basketball and football. But I do think, to Grant's point, to the text where he was talking about, a feeder system, if you will, there's got, to your point and to Grant's point, both actually, there's got to be, no, we can't go back, but there's got to be a solution to not, I don't want to say put a Band-Aid on it, but make it make sense and allow it to make more sense.
Well, and I know that the NCAA and Nick Saban and Paul Feinbaum, they're looking to the federal government to make this change or to make a law because, well, who else can make a law that would be enforceable? Who else can make a law that's fair to every university, right? I mean, if we leave it up to the school, they're going to make rules that are best for them. If we leave it up to the conference, they're going to make up rules that are best for members of that conference and not everybody else. There is no central governing body for college football that can say, hey, everybody, this is how we're doing it. Everyone has to operate under the exact same rules. The only body that can do that, as of right now, because the NCAA has been rendered completely feckless, is the federal government. And first of all, I don't know that I want the federal government getting their greasy paws into college football. Number two, they've got a lot of other things on their plate. They're dealing with international terrorism and Israel and the border crisis and murders in Detroit. They're dealing with all that stuff, right? Like, they don't want to deal with this. They shouldn't have to deal with this. They look at it like, NCAA, this is your mess. You fix it.
Well, you know what? I would agree to that. Like, I really would. I would agree to that point. And I'm not saying the government shouldn't have any say, Diesel, but I do, what you just said, I like it. Like, it is the NCAA's mess, in my opinion. They should have to fix it, right? Before we get to break, I did want to read two texts that came in, Diesel, about the previous topic that we were on. One from the 346. Texter says, I bet if either of you had a child attending Clemson, your idea on college graduation would change. You are putting a premium on football wins instead of, let me click on the text, instead of the betterment of our youth.
Okay, Texter, I think you misunderstood our point. What I was getting at was that general fans, those who don't have children who are students at Clemson, general fans don't show up to graduation to see the high graduation rate of the football team.
Yes.
That's what I'm getting at. So I just want to make that very, very clear that, Cole, who is a Clemson fan but doesn't have kids at Clemson, myself, we don't go down there on graduation day just so that we can cheer for the backup linebacker who just graduated. We don't. It does not happen.
You're right. You're exactly right. Another texter says, was listening to your take on Dabo. Out of all the teams using the portal, it is successful. Do you sell your soul to the portal for one or two wins? I'm trying to read the next two. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, you do, Texter. When you're talking about the difference between 10 wins and 12 wins,
of course,
that's what you're. And can we stop with this religious imagery of selling your soul to the transfer portal? Like, come on, dude.
That is so
we're talking about staying with the times, right? Adapting to the modern game. You can still implement a transfer portal strategy that is extremely targeted and limited, that fulfills your needs and stays with who you are at Clemson, right?
Yeah. Listen,
I mean, the culture may be strong, Dabo, but it ain't strong enough that it's convincing a 5-star blue chip wide receiver who's just left Texas A&M to give up the $1 million that Ole Miss is going to give him and choose Clemson instead because he just wants to be around some great culture.
The culture, as we talked about last week, the culture is great, right? There's no issue with having a good culture in place. But Diesel and I both agree that you can have a good culture in place, but you've also, on the same token, you better be using that dadgum transfer portal. And Texter, selling your soul, I agree with Diesel 100%. That's ridiculous. That is just so ridiculous. You're not selling your soul to the transfer portal. College football, college athletics, that's what it has become. If you're a coach, whatever you coach, whatever sport it may be, if you don't want to use the portal and you don't want to sell your soul, in Cole's opinion, my opinion, the only other option you have is to leave, to quit coaching and get out because the old coaching that you're used to, that you knew, it's gone, right? It is not coming back. If you don't like it, leave. And a lot of coaches have, right, Diesel?
And Dabo's banking on some change in the future, bringing things back closer to his vision. But the truth is, Cole, like we just said, it's never going to be the way that it was. It will never be the way that it was, Dabo. Your system, your old, outdated system, will never win you championships at the highest level again. It won't.
Hey, Diesel, have you seen the NFL 2024 international schedule?
I have not. I know that it's out there.
Yes, it did. It came out tonight. The entire schedule release for all NFL teams will happen. We will look at, coming up next, the international schedule for 2024. He's Diesel. I'm Cole Bryson, and this is the Fan Upstate. It is Wire to Wire on the Fan Upstate, the newest afternoon drive show. Diesel and Cole Bryson. Diesel had to step out. I hope he's okay. I don't see him on the stream. I am at Spartanburg High School, where we were supposed to have the Upstate High School football showcase today. And I'm not sure if there are any teams still remaining. I know most of the teams decided to go home. Gaffney, Bowling Springs, who were going to be competing or practicing rather in the first session, they had to just make a decision to go ahead and go. It really was raining really hard, and we had some pretty nasty storms over here in Spartanburg. So I don't know. I don't know if any of the players or teams went into the gym or not. We'll see. I do still see referees and officials, and there are some cars left in the parking lot. I'm just not sure if any teams stuck around. I know a good bit of them went home. I know there was some big-time colleges here as well. He's Diesel. I'm Cole Bryson. This is the newest afternoon drive show. So many ways to get in touch with the show. If you haven't done so, follow us on Twitter. He is at Diesel on Radio. I am at the Cole Bryson. That is where you can get in touch with us on Twitter. All right, Diesel. Tonight, the NFL schedules are released with dates. We'll actually be able to see when your favorite team is playing. But the Carolina Panthers, man, it was announced earlier today that the Carolina Panthers will be playing on November the 10th, that is a Sunday, at 9:30 a.m. against the New York Giants in Munich, Germany.
Well, that's going to suck for me. That means I have to be at a bar at 7:30 in the morning to host a live radio show that day.
Yeah, that'll be a packed house, right?
Yeah. Isn't it great, man?
So the Panthers are going national, not just national. They're going worldwide. International. Panthers are going international. Panthers, Giants in Germany. Not really sure how I feel about the NFL playing not only in Brazil, England, Germany, but they're not playing in Mexico. Like, I always thought, Diesel, as a Cowboys fan, there would be a lot of push to have Dallas and like Houston play in Mexico with the draw that those teams have. But like I said, we haven't seen that, right? We haven't seen it happen yet in Mexico. What are your thoughts? Panthers, Giants over in Munich. I know that people in Munich will love it. I'm sure it'll be a packed house, but 9:30 a.m.
Yeah, they ship all the best games overseas, right, Cole? There's a reason why it's the Panthers, because, well, nobody here wants to watch the Panthers in prime time. That looks to me, Cole, like they look at that and they say, well, you're not even worth a 1 o'clock kickoff. Let's move you overseas. We'll make you prime time. We'll sell some tickets.
Yeah.
And we'll help promote the game. I hate these international games, Cole. You don't understand how much I hate these international games. They take away from the local fans. Who was set to be, I guess we'll find out who was set to host that game as a home game. It takes away from those fans. One of those fan bases is losing a home game, whether it's the Giants or whether it's the Panthers. I don't like these, man. I don't like getting people up that early to watch football. Those who have to work around it, who have to get up super early, like me, I'm complaining now. I get it. It's not good.
Nolan says, Diesel, being at a bar at 7:30 a.m. sounds like a dream.
Nolan, I might as well stay there and drink the place closed the night before.
Yes.
And never leave.
Idea. A few other international games that were announced today, Diesel, for the 2024 NFL season. In Brazil, you will have the Eagles versus the Packers on September 6th, 8:15 p.m. Eastern. So you will get to see that one at about the normal time, right? Because it's 8:15. That one will be on Peacock. That is happening in Corinthians Arena in Brazil. Eagles, Packers, that should be a good one. The Brazilians should be able to see a pretty good one that night.
Well, there you go. You're taking away a good football team from America, a good football game from American fans. Look, I know that they're trying to expand the game, Cole, but at what point do they just finally say, all right, guys, now we're going to start our international divisions? You know, if they want to start a division of 4 teams in Europe, in London, in Barcelona, in Paris, in Munich, if that's what they choose to do, great, do it. And then start your international division in South America, one in Mexico, one in Brazil, one in Buenos Aires, wherever you want to put them, right? Just go ahead and do it.
If you're watching on the stream, that is Corinthians Stadium in Brazil, where they will have that NFL game, the Packers versus the Eagles. I think it's a soccer stadium, Diesel. I would assume it is. I don't want to assume, what happens when you assume, but Eagles-Packers, one of the 4 games in a month stretch. You also have 3 in England this year. I don't know why, but it seems like every year the Jaguars are a draw to England for whatever reason. You have the Jets versus the Vikings on October 6th in London. You have the Jaguars versus the Bears on October 13th in London. And then lastly, October 20th, it is the Jaguars again versus the New England Patriots. All 3 of those are 9:30 a.m. kicks.
Texter asks, does it become the IFL if they expand to other countries?
International Football League.
Yeah, are they willing to go that level of rebranding, Texter? Or are they just going to call it the NFL like we all don't realize that it's international?
Like you said, I do understand why they do it. And we'll get into it again at the 5 o'clock fight coming up in about 30 minutes or so, Diesel. But do you think they'll ever get to the point where it does become a separate league? Because I know the reason the NFL does this, right? It's for the money. It's for the international draw that the NFL does have. The NFL does have fans across the world, and they can make money. Do you ever think it'll become that, or do you think it'll just stay like it is now with a few games overseas each year?
Well, once things start to expand, Cole, it never stops, right? Like the universe is always expanding. The NFL is always expanding, So if they put in a league or a division of 4 teams in Europe and it worked, you telling me they're not going to add 4 more?
No,
if they
I'm
put
not
in
telling
4 in South America, you telling me they're not going to add 4 more?
Yeah,
they will if it builds the right level of excitement. And I'm saying at that point, Cole, why not just go ahead and do it? Like you either believe that this is going to be successful, so actually invest, or get off the pot. Bleep or get off the pot.
Sure.
And this expansion to 17 games, I called it from a mile away, Cole. I sniffed it from a mile away. This is a chance for them to put more games on the international schedule.
Oh, it definitely is. It definitely is. So if you just tuned in, the Carolina Panthers, I know we have a lot of Panthers fans here in the audience, here in the upstate. The Carolina Panthers will be in Munich, Germany, Sunday, November 10th, 9:30 a.m. I'm assuming, Diesel, is that a soccer stadium in Munich as well?
Yeah, I mean, where else could it be? Inside of a racetrack? There's no other places.
I was hoping it would be in some sort of like gladiator arena.
Hey, I mean, no time like the present to rebuild the Coliseum in Rome, right? Let's put a football stadium in there.
I'm looking now at the Munich stadium. Oh, man, it's sweet. It is really, really sweet. So some of these stadiums overseas really are cool. But I understand your point as well. I mean, you want the local fans, the guys in New Jersey, the girls, those in their local cities, Green Bay, Wisconsin, whatever it may be. You want them to be able to feel like they have a shot of going to see their favorite team. And you know what? Do we start seeing more primetime games, like really good games, transition that way? I don't know if it stays. I don't want to throw shade at the Jaguars here, but the Jaguars going over there really doesn't gain a ton of attraction, right, from most fans.
I mean, international soccer fans, American soccer fans, they don't watch MLS, not really. I mean, they watch the EPL, they watch Bundesliga, and they're used to getting up early to watch games because their prime time there in Europe is our first thing in the morning. So It's become a normalized thing. And it seems like they hope that that's going to happen the same way for football, but man, I don't like it. I don't like, this is me, yelling at the clouds, but I don't like having to open my phone every time to figure out, all right, what network is carrying this game? Do I have a subscription for it? Can I go log in? Oh, crap, I can't remember my password, or I have to create a new account. I have to, start a trial, and then I got to remember to delete it after the fact. I mean, it bugs me that we are fracturing our sports in this way to the point that somebody brought it up. I don't know who it was. I think it was on the text line. who said it's going to cost me $850 to watch
Yeah.
all of the NFL games that I want to watch this year.
Is that real, Diesel?
I don't know. I don't know if this is a number that the
Did he?
texter just pulled out of the ether, or if this is something he actually did the math and added up.
Wow, that's unbelievable. Another texter from the 551 says NFL is sending one team consistently to various cities to build a following. Another texter from the 275 says they already had NFL Europe League. My cousin was married to the coach of the Barcelona Dragons, says Trey in Kentucky. And then another texter, a Jag fan, says, hey, this is a Jags fan here. Owner Shad Khan also owns Fulham Football Club. I probably said that wrong, I'm sure. And I think he is trying to pull fans in from England. 71307. So many ways for you to get in touch with the show.
Nolan on the stream call says it's called illegal streaming, costs $0, just a bunch of crap ads. Nolan, I know how to watch games that I don't have a subscription for. It's a pain in the ass. And you know full well, Nolan, that a majority of people are not going to do that.
So I'll tell you a funny story on that front, Diesel. A radio show host at our station, not going to call his name, gave me a link for just that, because you know how hard it is to watch the Braves, right? You can't watch the Braves nowadays in South Carolina because it's blacked out. So a coworker of ours gave me a link. In the last few weeks, Diesel, I have been clicking the link, and then once you open the link, you have to choose the game you want. After you choose the game you want, there's like 18 streams that pop up, you know? And then of the 18 streams, you have to go through and find which one actually works. Some of them don't, some of them do. But once you find one, then you have to open it and worry about it not just blacking out randomly. It works.
Yeah, and then you got to worry about maybe these random websites possibly downloading a virus onto your laptop just so that you can illegally watch a game.
That's true. It may have already happened, right?
Yeah, and that's true. So that's how you got that virus on your computer, from watching football. Sure.
No, it was the Braves. It was the Braves. Texter says, Diesel, it's all over Facebook with all the subscriptions, cable, and such. Yes, $850. That's unbelievable. That is atrocious.
Yeah, I wonder where not just football, but all these leagues, you know, what is the tipping point where fans finally say enough is enough? I'm not signing up for another subscription service. I'm not giving you any more of my money. I'm just going to find something else to do on my Sundays. I'm not going to jump through all of the hoops that you're forcing me to jump through to be able to watch my favorite teams.
Yeah, it's sad though, man, and it really is. In the very next segment, Diesel, we were supposed to have another high school football coach join us, but because this event has been ruined by the weather, there's not many teams here. Most of them have left. There are still, I still see one bus. There are some cars in the parking lot. I don't know how many teams are in the gym and if any college coaches stuck around or not. But we were supposed to have a high school football coach in the very next segment. However, Diesel, I want to circle back before you send us to break. I want to circle back to what you and I talked about in the very first segment because it got a lot of interaction and a lot of feedback.
Yeah, let's do that. So we have some comments from Asia Wilson, former South Carolina Gamecock, that, well, you got to hear it to believe it. It's unfortunate that this is where this conversation has gone. We're going to get back to that next here on Wire to Wire. I'm Diesel. He's Cole Bryson. You're the Tolos, and this is the Fan Upstates. Gamecocks among us, do you believe that they could think critically and potentially criticize one of their own?
Can they or will they?
It's a fantastic question, Cole. So we led the show with this earlier today.
Yeah.
And we're circling back around to it because we know that our audience changes every 15 to 20 minutes here in radio. So, Cole, there was a statement made by former Gamecock and an all-time great at South Carolina. She has a statue out front of her, A'ja Wilson, who plays for the Las Vegas Aces. Seems to be she's a little butthurt about all the attention and praise and potentially about the money, though that's not specifically mentioned here, that Caitlin Clark is getting very, very early into her tenure in the WNBA. She made a statement, Cole, that reads as, quote, speaking here about whether or not Caitlin Clark being white makes her more marketable. She says, quote, I think it's a huge thing. I think a lot of people may say it's not about black and white, but to me, it is. It really is, because you can be top-notch at what you are as a black woman, but yet maybe that's something that people don't want to see. They don't see it as marketable. So it doesn't matter how hard I work. It doesn't matter what we all do as black women. We're still going to be swept under the rug. This is A'ja Wilson, seven seasons in the WNBA, 2023 WNBA finalist for the MVP award. I find it really disappointing, Cole, that is what she had to say about probably the biggest star coming into the league in a long time.
So I'll preface by saying this because I don't want anyone to misconstrue what I have to say or hear me the wrong way, Diesel, because listen, let's call it like it is. I say this a lot of times to a lot of different people when we're having these conversations because I do think these conversations are important to have. I really do. But I have to preface by saying the thing that we all know, I've never walked a day or a mile in an African-American shoes, right? I don't know what they have in terms of feelings that I don't. So, however, I will say this. When it comes to A'ja Wilson making the comments about Caitlin Clark being white and having more marketability, like I just look at different leagues. LeBron James is really marketable. Giannis Antetokounmpo, Diesel, he's been very marketable, and he's neither white nor African-American, right? Shohei Ohtani is the best player in baseball. Ronald Acuna, probably second. Mookie Betts, probably third. None of them are white. So I don't think that we can say, oh, well, they're not marketable. I just don't know what legs this argument has to stand on in terms of Caitlin Clark being white, so that makes her more marketable. I don't even know that's even close to true.
Yeah, well, you got to ask yourself, Cole, number one, marketable to who? Like what you would have to ask the WNBA here, but what does the WNBA consider to be their core audience?
Yeah.
If the WNBA considers their core audience to be, because every radio station out there, every television station has a target demographic, right? This is what we're talking about here, the target demographic. Who is the target demo for the WNBA? Are they saying that it's white people? Are they saying that it's black people? Are they saying it's a 50-50 mix of both? I don't know. So marketable to who? That is a very important question that we have to ask here, because if you believe that the WNBA's target audience is men 25 to 54, guess what? You're not really going to market a whole lot of players regardless of what race they are to
true.
Men 25 to 54 because they're probably not watching the WNBA.
A few texts that just came in. One texter asked the question, did Wilson not just get a huge shoe deal with Nike?
Yes, she did.
She did. Another texter says, huge Gamecock fan. Shame on the reporter for asking the question, and I disagree with A'ja. Clark is getting the attention because it's something – let me click on the text so I can see the rest of it. It's something we've never seen before. It's bringing young girls, both black and white, to the WNBA, and that is a good thing, right? Ask the texter. Another text says, I'm a Gamecock fan, and I can usually get on board and stuff like this. I'm not sure I can buy this one because the last time I checked, Dawn Staley was a black woman and she has accolades and marketing money thrown at her all the time. Listen, I think anybody's marketable, Diesel. I really do. Can some be more marketable than others? I think it has to do with your personality and your game more than it does your race. That's my opinion. That's Cole's opinion. I never thought of race being one of the things that you have to have or be on the right side of or the left side of or the other side of in terms of being marketable. I've always thought it's about your personality and how freaking good you are.
Yeah, I mean, in no way, shape, or form am I saying that this statement means that Asia Wilson is a racist individual. I'm not saying that. But Asia Wilson is a phenomenal basketball player who came up in an era when it wasn't uber popular to play WNBA basketball, meaning like it's not a super popular sport. There is a wave of interest in the WNBA specifically because Caitlin Clark is in it, right?
Sure.
I mean, we debated, what is she going to do? Is she going to stay in college for another year? Is she going to go to the Big 3 league? Is she going to go to the WNBA? That was a big deal. So Caitlin's not marketable because she's a white player. I mean, there may be a few people who watch it because they think, oh, this is unusual. We wouldn't expect a white girl from Iowa to be doing this. And there were pundits watching college basketball and analyzing college basketball last season who said exactly that. It's amazing that she's doing this because she's a white girl, right?
Yeah.
But she's marketable, Cole, because she basically set the record for every single statistical category that you could. She was there at exactly the right time. She had exactly the right competitors across from her on the other side of the court. It was the culmination and the continuation of South Carolina's dominance. So you had multiple storylines all converge at the exact same time in a perfect storm. It was Gino and UConn. It's Dawn in South Carolina. It's Caitlin being a star. It's Caitlin chasing down all of Pete Maravich's records. It's Kim Mulkey and her insane jackets that got people's attention. And then it's the scrappy nature of their team going against these other teams that were also right there in the mix. Like, it was just a perfect wave. Just appreciate the perfect wave that is going on in the game. Ride it if you can. Make a couple bucks off of it if you can, and enjoy it instead of trying to poke holes in it.
You ready to fight, Diesel?
You
am. Ready?
I am. Let's do it.
Let's fight on the other side. We do it every single day. If you're new to the show, it is the 5 o'clock fight. Diesel and I have to disagree, and you get to decide who wins. Coming up next, he's Diesel. I'm Cole Bryson. This is Wire to Wire on the Fan Upstate.
If you watch the Olympics with crumbs on your shirt and cheese dust on your fingers and say, I can do that, you're listening to the right show.
You're going Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson on the Fan Upstate.
From the News Talk 98.9.
You ready? Let's go.
It's alive!
From the fields to the courts and the gridiron to the tracks.
Electrifying sports talk from start to finish.
You're going wire to wire
With Diesel and Cole Bryson.
on the Fan Upstate.
Cole, it's getting nasty down here in Greenville. Might have been a good idea that the coaches didn't move your high school showcase down to Greenville this afternoon. And where you are, man, I see the bright sunshine on your face. It looks
It's cleared up.
Looks
Yeah,
like
it
things are
has.
clear.
It has
Man,
cleared up.
It's unfortunate to lose an event like that. So many coaches that were there on site. The opportunities for these players from all over the area. I don't know. Was it just Spartanburg County high school players that were coming to this event, or is it from all over the state?
So the teams, it was upstate teams. The teams that were involved were Spartanburg, Broome, Gaffney, Woodruff, Chapman, Landrum, Boiling Springs, and Dorman. There were 2 sessions planned. I was told that Woodruff and Spartanburg are the only 2 teams that stayed. But like I say, there was over 40 college coaches, Ohio State, Alabama, you name it, that were here. I don't know if any of them stayed or not, but they wanted to be able to see these guys in a practice session all at the same place. And unfortunately, Mother Nature said otherwise.
That's tough. I mean, there's the handful of players that you had a conversation earlier with Dan Jones, head coach at Gaffney, who was mentioning a very specific player who was getting some high level attention. And that guy is going to continue to get that high level attention. It's unfortunate though for the guys that maybe had a little something to prove, who wanted to show what they've got in front of coaches who may otherwise not spend the time to come and see them. So it's unfortunate to have that event fall apart the way that it did, Cole. But it's something that happens every single day at 5:00, rain or shine, is the 5:00 fight. That Cole is when you and I go toe-to-toe, head-to-head on some of the world's biggest issues. We have to disagree every day on these issues. And right now we get it going here on Wire to Wire, the 5:00 fight.
It's an all-out slugfest, and nobody's leaving unscathed. 3 topics, 1 winner. It's the 5:00 fight on Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson on the Fan Upstate.
Yeah, and you listeners, you Tolos, have the opportunity to tell us who wins each round of the fight. Just text in at 71307. Start your text with keyword fan. You can get in on the stream on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube. Tell us who wins each round. Let's get it on. Cole, is Asia Wilson out of line for her comments regarding Caitlin Clark's popularity and marketability being only because she's white?
This is a very good question. Is she out of line? I'll say no, because she does have a right to voice her opinion, in my opinion, and she does have the right to share her feelings regardless of how we feel about them, regardless of if we agree or disagree. That's what we do. We're on sports radio. We're going to have opinions. We're supposed to, at least, right? Right, Diesel? Listen, I do think I know I disagree with her points, but I do not think she was out of line.
I think she was totally out of line, Cole. This is not about race. This is about jealousy. I think Asia Wilson is jealous of the attention that Caitlin Clark has gotten. She's been, Asia herself has been in the league for 7 years. Texter said, if I had a trophy outside of my college gym and I didn't have the money that she had, I'd be jealous too. Look, she's jealous that it took her 7 years in the WNBA to get her shoe deal. She's jealous that despite clearly being one of the league's best players, she's not getting the same spotlight that a rookie is. But Cole, here's the thing. Spotlight, attention comes and goes. It always goes towards the hot new thing. So Asia Wilson is completely and utterly out of line by saying what she said. I'm sure if she had the opportunity to maybe explain her words or take them back and say them a little bit cleaner, she might do that. But she doesn't get to do that. It's not how time works. So you go. There you go. That's round one of the fight. 71307. Start your text with keyword fan. Tell us who won that round. Here we go with round number 2. NFL international games at 9 a.m. Do you love them or do you hate them?
Diesel, you should not be asking me this question because this is not the answer that the people that are in charge of gambling regulations want to hear. But I will say this: I do love them because it means I can wager sooner in the day.
Oh,
yes,
you degenerate
absolutely.
gambler.
Yeah, absolutely.
God.
If I get to make a wager earlier in the day at 9:30, sign me up.
Man,
I love them.
you don't drink coffee, you just wake up and gamble. That's how Cole gets going first thing in the morning. I hate the international games. They take away from the local fans here. They're taking our jobs. They're taking our games. They're on at a terrible time. People don't want to be up at 9 a.m. watching football. Cole, that's when they get up and have a cup of coffee and hang out with the family, hang out with the kids. But now you're taking fathers away from their families, Cole, by giving them no other choice than to watch international football at 9 a.m. I mean, if you want to have a European division, fine. Just go build it. Don't ask us as American football fans to give up our home games while you build it. So there you go. That's round number 2. Here we go. One more. Cole, there was some controversy that you heard the other day on another radio station.
Yes.
It got contentious, apparently.
Yes.
And we need to get into this conversation as well, Cole. When you shower, do you face towards the water or away from the water?
Diesel, why am I, for the first time in my life, hearing someone say they face away from the water in the shower? I have never done that, and I don't think I ever will. The only way to correctly shower is towards the water. Why am I hearing about this for the first time?
Facing towards the water doesn't make any sense, Cole, because when you got to lather up the bits, you can't have water blasting directly on the bits, right? You can't soap things up the right way if the soap's constantly being washed away. That's silly, man. You got to face away from the water. You face the part of your body, whether it's in the front or the rear, you face that part away from the water. So I'm cheating here a little bit, Cole. I face backwards. I face forwards. I face every direction. I ain't standing there like a statue to shower. So there you go. Cole.
Diesel, do you walk in the shower and automatically face backwards?
Well, no, because all my stuff is at the front of the shower.
Gotcha.
But when I'm actually showering, when I'm washing stuff, when I'm lathering things up, I got to face away. I don't know how that works. How much soap do you go through? How much soap do you wash down the drain trying to get it on the parts that need to be washed?
Good bit of body wash, my friend. Good bit of body wash.
There you go. So that does it for our 5 o'clock fight. Round 1. Is Asia Wilson out of line for her comments? I said yes. Cole said no. Round 2, international NFL games at 9 a.m. I said I hate them. Cole loves them because he can get up and gamble first thing in the morning. And facing towards the water or away from the water when you shower, Cole faces towards, I face away. Those are our 3 fights. Who won each round?
What do you want Diesel and Cole Bryson to fight about next?
If you've got an ass, I'll kick it.
Submit your topics to Diesel at thefanupstate.com. Subject line, fight on the Fan Upstate.
Right now, Cole, is when we make the Tolos the kings of the show, because the Tolos decide who wins each round of the fight. You can jump in the text line at 71307. Start your text with keyword fan. You can jump in the chat on the stream. It's now streaming on 5 different platforms. Almost 300 people watching the stream right now, Cole. That is fantastic. Let's get it to 300 before the show is out. But you can jump in the comment sections and tell us who won each round of the fight.
I'm going to win today. There's no doubt about it. Nobody faces backwards in the shower. Are you kidding me? Nolan says Cole is 2 for 2 so far. Then he also says, wait, you guys don't rotate around in the shower all
I do.
360 degrees?
I spin around like a top. I spin me right round, baby, right round.
Texter from the 497 says Cole got a clean sweep today. No pun intended there. Very punny. I like it.
Lies.
Finally, it's been Diesel. Listen, it's been a while since I've won a 5 o'clock fight. Can you at least let me have a win?
No, hell no. Hell no.
Says Diesel round 1, Cole round 2, Cole round 3. There's another.
What self-respecting American red-blooded football fan likes getting up at 9:30 in the morning to watch football? It's wrong. It's when you watch Sports Center, man. It's when you catch up on everything that happened yesterday.
You can never tell me there's too much football, right? Like, if you say Diesel, Cole, y'all got to start watching football at, 7 a.m. I may not be awake for the first half, but guess what?
Once we get the NFL in Saudi Arabia, that's when you're going to be watching 7 a.m. football, friend.
That's true.
Shane Barrett says Diesel wins rounds 1 and 3. Cole wins round 2.
Come on, Shane. See, Diesel, you didn't get clean sweep. You didn't get a clean sweep today.
I didn't get blown out. I didn't get blown out. I've lost. I don't know. Again, you accused me yesterday of chicanery, Cole, of paying off listeners. It didn't happen, but I think today is the day that you've been paying some people off. You've been taking your illicit gambling winnings and paying off the Tolos to vote on your behalf.
Nolan says, very hard to drink a shower beer with water smacking your face. Thanks for that visualization.
It's true. That's what we should be debating, Cole. Shower beers.
I'll tell you this.
Okay, you're not.
I've never done it, so I wouldn't know.
Oh, shower beers are fantastic. You got to drink them fast, though, because, you're in a hot room. Wow. You got
I was just told there's a tornado warning.
Get under your desk, Cole. Put your
can I put my
science textbook over your head.
What about this? An iPad over my head?
Did you learn nothing from public school, Cole? Go get in the hallway, get on your knees, put your head between your knees, and kiss your ass goodbye.
Starter will be on the field doing team activities. Once they finish, Bowling Springs and Chapman will split the field.
Perfect. Thank you, Coach.
Okay.
That's Todd Staley letting me know. Hey, you know what I was also thinking we're going to have to add to the 5 o'clock fight, because there seems to be some overwhelming majority of Clemson fans that just think you and I are absolutely dead wrong, Diesel. But I guess we're going to have to add to the 5 o'clock fight the debate of, is Dabo, you said it, is Dabo going to sink the ship that he brought to life, right? You said that earlier today.
Yeah, he brought it up to the surface. He made it float. He
That's
sailed it across the 7 seas of college football, and it seems like now he's pulling the plug and letting it take on water.
Just real quick before we move on, do you think, because I heard you say that earlier in the show and I didn't get to comment on it, do you think that Dabo, when he leaves Clemson, Diesel, do you think there's any way that, and not just Diesel, but our listeners as well, do you think there's any way that the program is in a worse place than it was when Dabo got there? I really want to know.
No, I don't. I don't. I mean, Dabo's culture does mean something.
To some people.
To some people. I don't think that it means enough to actually convert to wins right now. I mean, he is so convinced in the moral fiber of his system and his way.
Yeah.
That he's willing to go. I think he's willing to sink the ship.
You know what, though, man? Like, they were in a bad spot. And I don't think, to answer my own question, I don't think they'll ever get back to that spot under Dabo. And for those that were listening earlier in the show, when we were talking about this, I'm not saying that Dabo Swinney has lost it. I'm not saying that Dabo Swinney can't coach. I'm not saying that Dabo Swinney's tactics still don't work, because Dabo Swinney learned, Diesel, that you have to surround yourself with people who are smarter than you are in order to have success. He did that with Brent Venables. Let's be honest, Clemson doesn't win national championships without Brent Venables, right? Tony Elliott, before Tony Elliott, Chad Morris. So can Clemson still get to where they want to be with Dabo. I'm not saying no or heck no. I'm just saying in order for that to happen, Dabo's got to adapt. Like Diesel, can you imagine? Can you imagine if when college football took the turn for the portal and NIL, can you imagine if Dabo was at the front of the pack? Like, they'd be dangerous, man. They'd be really dangerous.
Yeah, he had the opportunity to keep his program at the very tippy top and operate and make it a pillar of his program to say, yes, I will do whatever it takes to win at this level and to keep my program winning at the level that I established. I will not buy every player who's out there. I will not throw exorbitant amounts of money. I will throw, fantastic opportunities at these players. But I don't get it, man. It's turned from, well, we're trying, we're just not getting anybody, to we're not even trying anymore because we have a whole roster of transfers. They all transferred to Clemson from high school.
Before I get to this timeline, real quick, Texter says Cole got dragged today. Diesel with a slam. Bo.
Yeah.
Brandon Burnett says, Cole, you got this one today, buddy. Diesel, going back to that point, do you know in October of 2019 is when 20 other states started considering laws that were similar to California's law, where California earlier that year in September started allowing players. Remember, they were first, right? California was first. They allowed players to get paid. At that time, in 2019, Dabo was not far removed at all from national championships. Imagine what Clemson would be today in 2024, next year in 2025, if instead of Dabo saying, I refuse to use it, I'm not doing that, I'm not selling my soul to the portal, imagine if Dabo would have been what Coach Prime is. Imagine if Dabo would have said, hey, we're going to stay at the top. Guess what, Diesel? They may have won another national championship by now. So do Clemson fans care more about winning a national championship, or do they care about selling your soul? Because you might have had 3 in the last 10 years.
You know, Cole, I've never been one of those guys that rags on Clemson for being in the weak ACC. I mean, I can surely admit that the SEC is a more difficult conference than the ACC is.
Sure.
But Clemson has certainly benefited from other powers in the ACC either not coming to fruition, I'm looking at Virginia Tech, or being down longer than anyone expected them to. I'm talking about Florida State and Miami. I mean, if could you imagine if Clemson had 2 or 3 or 4 more legitimate powers in its conference the way that the SEC does? Would Clemson have any of those national championships? Maybe, maybe not. Would they still be an 8-win type of program year in and year out? I mean, it certainly helps. You reach that double-digit win total that Dabo touts how many years we've had double-digit wins, right? Certainly helps that you're playing in a less than stellar conference.
It does. And I just like going back to the text messages we got earlier about, well, you don't have kids in college. You don't understand team GPA or, graduation rates, all that cute stuff. You don't have newsflash, sports flash. I know we have those every hour, Diesel, but I'm going to make one right now. You don't have to have kids in college to understand what moves the meter in college football and college athletics. Not just football, but college athletics. Nobody goes to watch graduation that's not directly involved with graduation. Yeah, you may have kids at Clemson. That's wonderful. And I'm glad they graduate. That's fantastic. But we're not talking about graduation. We don't watch 3-hour, 4-hour programs, Diesel, on national TV about graduation, do we? We watch football. I don't care about that. Now's not the time to be spewing. If you're Dabo, now's not the time to be spewing, well, they all transferred. They all transferred from high school. They graduated. Who cares,
Cole,
man?
I'm sure you watch or have access to the SEC network. I'm sure you have access and watch the ACC network. Have you ever seen either of those networks or the national shows above that Have you ever seen them tout graduation rates? Have you ever seen them show graduations? No. You know what?
No.
You know what graduation means to these networks? It is a split second of footage from 2 or 3 players who have graduated mixed into a montage of football highlights, right?
Yeah.
You'll see Will Shipley out there running for 30, 40 yards, busting through tackles. You'll see Cade Klubnik throwing touchdowns. And then you'll see for about a second, Will Shipley wearing his graduation gown. Nobody cares about graduation
man.
rates.
Get out of here with that
The only
crap.
people that care about graduation rates, Cole, are the ones who have nothing else to cling to.
I just love that we got you don't have kids in college. Like, come on, bros. I mean, I can't believe
You're reaching there, Texter.
Diesel, I can't believe we're even talking about this. I really can't. Like, I cannot believe if you would have told me 6 years ago that we're going to be on a sports radio show one day talking about Dabo Swinney refusing to adapt to college football and what is this? What is his cop out? What is his excuse? Well, we got people that graduate and they all transferred from high school. What is
he gonna hang his hat on next? Acceptance rates? Oh, well, Clemson's really hard to get into because all of our football success has all these people applying to get in here. And so our acceptance rate is really, really low, which is a good thing because we reject more than anybody else.
Diesel, the only thing I want is for Clemson fans that disagree with me. We saw them on the text line saying, you act like the previous hope, whatever. Diesel, all I want is for Clemson fans, regardless if you have kids that went there, regardless if your kid's the starting left guard right now for Dabo, I don't care. All I ask, if you're a Clemson fan, take off the orange glasses for just a second and sit back and do the same thing that I'm doing and understand that Dabo isn't the Dabo of old. Clemson's not the Clemson of 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago. Your program has fallen. I know it's hard to admit that, but you are not who you used to be. Is that too much to ask?
No, it's not. And look, we know that South Carolina fans are extremely loyal to their program.
Yeah.
And we know that Clemson fans are extremely loyal to Dabo Swinney. But that's the disconnect, Cole.
Sure.
I think being willing to be critical of Dabo Swinney means you're loyal to your program and not to one man who's running that program. And so that's all we're asking. We're asking you to be more loyal to your university and to your fan base as a whole than to one guy who may very well likely be taking you down a path of irrelevancy.
Diesel, we're going to keep it Clemson. On the other side, PFF, Pro Football Focus, did a rankings, and this is fascinating. You talk about getting people upset. They listed their highest graded returning ACC quarterbacks. You have to have a minimum of 250 snaps. Diesel, there's 10 quarterbacks on this list, buddy. Where is Cade Klubnik? We will find out next. He's Diesel. I'm Cole Bryson, and this is the Fan Upstate. Diesel. I'm Cole Bryson. Every single weekday, 3 to 7 p.m. That's where you can find us. We're also live every day on Twitter, live on Facebook, live on YouTube. That's right. There are so many ways you can get in touch with the show. We'd appreciate it if you give us a follow on Twitter as well. He's at Diesel on Radio. That's Diesel on Radio. I am at the Cole Bryson on Twitter. We'd appreciate you giving us a follow there. And look, we also like talking back and forth with you during the off time, right? We're not on the air. We still want to have a conversation with you. We can do that on Twitter. That's the best way to connect with us when we are not on the air. Diesel, I want to get into this ACC football ranking quarterbacks by PFF. However, we had a caller during the break that you said, I didn't hear it, but you said brought up a really good point.
Yeah, this is a really fascinating perspective to look at Dabo Swinney's refusal to get involved in the transfer portal game.
Okay.
This is from Mark in Five Forks. Mark says he's been a longtime listener to the show, just likes to listen, didn't really want to come on the air and talk about it. And I'm paraphrasing Mark's words, but I hope I get it, the spirit of what he has to say correct here. Mark told me, Cole, that if he had a son who was being recruited and Dabo Swinney and Clemson offered him, he would feel really good about sending his son to Clemson because he knows that Dabo wouldn't just replace him with a hired gun out of the transfer portal. He also told me that he is a diehard Carolina fan. So this Gamecock fan says, I would send my son to Clemson because I have faith that he wouldn't just be cast aside for a better option out of the transfer portal.
So that's fascinating. I appreciate, was it Mark? Was that right, Diesel?
It was Mark from Five Forks, yeah.
Mark, we appreciate the phone call and also appreciate you listening, longtime listener. Now you're a TOLO with this news show. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. That's what we ask our listeners to do. It's a great call. It's some really good points, Diesel. I'll say, first of all, from a parent's perspective, okay, I would agree. I'm not a parent, but I'm saying from a parent's perspective, you would want your kid to go somewhere where he can play. Isn't that what every parent, Diesel, complains about and moans and groans about more than anything, is playing time? I get that. Hey, listen, if you want your kid to play and get on the field, that's fine. Send him to Clemson. That's great. But Diesel and I, we're looking at it from a perspective of winning national championships. Diesel, do you know why a lot of coaches get flack, if you will? You know why a lot of coaches, especially at the high school level, get told they're idiots? Well, it's because Mama Joe and Daddy Barry over there, their little boy, Sam, isn't getting to play. Well, guess what the reality of it is, Diesel? Sam's not any good, right? The coach's job is to put the best player on the field. Sure. If little Sammy was good, he'd be playing. But Sammy needs to cut back on the Big Macs and start getting on the treadmill. Sammy's no good, so Sammy's not going to play. So to your point, if you want your kids to go play, get playing time, that's fantastic. They don't give out championships for playing time.
If you want to ensure that your kid's going to play, send him down to an FCS school. He'll be the best player on Gardner-Webb's roster, and he'll get to play every snap, every game. He won't have to worry about competing with guys who are transferring in from Ole Miss or transferring in from Indiana. He doesn't have to worry about that. He's the best player on Gardner-Webb's roster.
Diesel, I don't know. I don't know why why this is so hard for people to understand. And I'm not pointing fingers at Mark and Five Forks. I'm just saying, like, you're graded. You're judged on your success, bro. That's it. You're not judged on, well, Jenna and Robbie, their son, little Bobby, he got a lot of playing time, you know? And if you send your son to a school because you want him to play, that's fantastic. Do you care about them playing? Do you care about playing time? Or do you care more about them having a ring on their finger? It's up to you. Well, if they go to this school, they may get a ring, but they're not going to get as much playing time. Well, what do you want? What do you want? Tell us.
Look, nobody's guaranteed anything in this life, Cole. You're not guaranteed because you sign onto a roster that you'll get playing time. I mean, there are hundreds of players who are trying to get on rosters and to play, but
Right.
there are only, a fraction of that, a number of positions on the field that you can actually get out there and play. Cole, we go to the phone lines and we bring in Kevin, longtime Tolo of the show. Kevin, what's your thoughts?
Man, so are we just talking about like what's going on as far as like the playing time? Or so I don't say nothing different.
No, we're talking about Dabo Swinney and him digging his heels in on the transfer portal, saying, I don't need the transfer portal because I've got a whole roster of guys who transferred here from high school. We're talking about roster spots and why guys transfer around.
And the caller called in, Kevin, and said, hey, Dabo may get players because their parents say, look, we can send our kid there and they'll get playing time.
Now you got to work. Now you got to put the work in to get there. But that's sort of what's going on in the world now. Like Dabo got down there telling these kids they're gonna play when they get there, and then when they don't, now they finna go. But then they're not thinking about, hey, I do gotta work when I get there. I can't just go down there because my name is Big Kevin Parks. I'm gonna go down here and get a starting spot just because that's my name. No, you got to go down here and put time in, put that dog work in. And knock somebody off their feet so the coaches can see that somebody is out here trying to make something happen. But just to go and, if I'm not playing, I'm a transfer. Or if I go and I don't play like I want to, I'm a poop. I'm a pout around all day long like a little 2-year-old. But see, now these guys ain't going in with dog on their mind. They're going in with, hey, I'm just gonna play. And then they get out there and get their life took. And now they ready to quit or whatever it may be. But they're not trying to really get into it no more.
Yeah, Kevin, I mean, no parent wants to send their kid off to a school, and it's a big decision where you choose where you're going to go. Nobody wants to send their kid off and say, okay, son, enjoy Clemson for a year because a year from now you're going to be transferring to somewhere else. And then a year from then you're going to be transferring. You're going to be chasing playing time for your entire career. No parent wants to put their kid through that. But the reality is, Kevin, you know this full well. You send your kid to the place that recruits them first, and you tell them to work their ass off to get on the field. And if you're not that good, maybe the coaches misevaluated you, and you need to go somewhere else if you want to get some playing time.
Yeah, because like I said, I coach the 5th and the 6th graders now, and then Friday nights I'm with the varsity. So just to see these guys coming through now, and we try to change the narrative of, hey, just because of who you are, you're not going to play. And I try to instill that every day of going back and working hard and putting that time in. Like, you can go to practice and practice hard, but you're really getting better once you get home. You get home, and when you're doing that underlying work that don't nobody see, and now you coming out, now you got 8 picks in a season, or you done caught 12 touchdowns because you putting that work in. But then, or you go and you get 1 catch all year, and then you want to blame it on the coaches because you didn't want to work. Now I'm a transfer 3 times in 4 years, and you never really get a camaraderie with nobody. So every year that you're there, you chasing money and you chasing playing time. But hey, what about chasing that work?
Hey, Kevin, love the call, but I want to say one thing. Camaraderie's out the door, brother. Camaraderie's gone.
Hey.
Gelling, camaraderie, that's all gone.
Especially with this NIL deal, it's gone.
Yeah, this is big.
Hopefully. And that's the thing about getting these transfers in. If you can hit this transfer portal, now they're coming in already dogs and I had a couple years, but you got this true freshman coming in. He may be a dog, but to get this championship, we need this guy that's been around somewhere, like at a JUCO or somewhere, that's going to come in and really tap in. And Dabo, he's got to get into that, man. He's really got to.
Fantastic phone call there, Kevin. We appreciate that call. We got one more on the line, Cole. It's one of our favorites. It's one of our all-time favorite Tolos. Dewey is on the line. He's got some comments about Dabo Swinney. Dewey, what you got?
Yes, I actually agree with y'all for once.
Oh.
Dewey, Dabo needs to go. I'm tired of him. He's sitting there running his mouth, talking all this smack. He looks like a little girl out there on that field. He needs to go. He should have got fired back in 2011. He needs to go now.
So, Dewey, I know that you're a diehard Gamecock fan, Dewey. Why is it that Shane Beamer, who's used the transfer portal pretty effectively, hasn't seen the same level of Dabo's success? How do you figure that one out?
South Carolina Gamecocks have been mediocre for 100 years. But this year it's going to change. They're going to go 12-0, and they're going to win the national championship.
Okay, Dewey, turn your PlayStation off, my friend, and go to bed. That's the only way South Carolina's winning a national championship this year is on the new college football 2025.
Well, we didn't have time for it, Diesel. If it's okay, we can get to it in the next segment. But there were some PFF, Pro Football Focus, rankings. We can get to it in the next segment, or we can push it later in the show.
Let's do it. Let's do it next. Yeah, let's do it next.
It's fantastic. And also, I want to let you know, if you're listening or watching, you're like, where's Cole? He's not in the studio. Well, guess what? You're right. I'm not in the studio today. I am at the Upstate High School Football Showcase, which there are 2 teams on the field right now, Diesel. It looks like 2 teams, maybe 3, stayed. I think there were 10 total slated to be here. They stuck out the weather. They stood firm, and then they said, we're not allowing any rain to send us home. So they stayed, and there is a little bit of I don't know how many college coaches, but there are some college coaches that stuck around. So we'll talk about this Pro Football Focus rankings in the very next segment. Again, as I teased last segment, where in the world in this ranking is Clemson's quarterback, Cade Klubnik? He's Diesel, I'm Cole Bryson, and this is the Fan Upstate.
If you work a 9 to 5, but you think you know better than career coaches making 100 times your salary, you're listening to the right show.
This is Wire to Wire with Cole, Bryson, and Diesel on the Fan Upstate.
I'm Chuck Sanders. Here's the Sports Flash presented by Progressive. The Atlanta Braves shut off
He's Diesel. I'm Cole Bryson. This is Wire to Wire right here on the Fan Upstate. I am live at the high school football showcase at Spartanburg High School. There are a few teams that stuck around and did not leave. It has cleared up over in Spartanburg, so the heavy stuff is gone, we hope, for now. Diesel, where is Cade Klubnik? Clemson fans are going to want to see this, right? This was a Pro Football Focus highest graded returning ACC quarterbacks. There are 10 quarterbacks listed, and I have some bad news. Do you want to break the bad news, or do you want me to break the bad news?
Oh, I think I've smacked Clemson fans around enough for one day. Cole, let's let you do it.
Of the 10 listed, according to PFF's highest graded returning ACC quarterbacks, Diesel, Clemson's Cade Klubnik, not on the list.
Ouch.
Did Clemson leave the ACC? Did I miss something?
No, apparently the SEC doesn't want him. They think it's market redundant.
So this list, we want to know from you, do you agree? Do you disagree? Riley Leonard at Notre Dame, Diesel, remember he was at Duke.
Yep.
He is listed at 10. Max Johnson, UNC 9.
And that might be one of the best names in college football this year.
What's that?
Max Johnson.
I like it.
If only his first name was Hugh.
You are not right. Hank Backmeyer at Wake Forest at 8. Grayson McCall at 7. At NC State, the former Chanticleer. Haynes King, Georgia Tech at 6. Cameron Ward, Miami at 5. DJU, Florida State at 4. Reese Puffenbarger at 3 from Miami. Chandler Rogers from Cal at 2, Diesel. And PFF has the best ACC quarterback, the highest graded ACC quarterback in 2024. SMU's Preston Stone, 91.3 grade. Where is Cade Klubnik, Diesel?
Not on the list. I did look him up, and I wanted to see what Cade Klubnik's grade is on PFF, and he is rated as a 76.8, which I don't know if there's anybody else who would come up on the list before him, but that would essentially make him the 11th best quarterback in the ACC.
Right. Diesel is. Here's my question. I like that you looked it up because I asked the question now to you and our Tolos, our listeners. Is Cade Klubnik really the 11th best quarterback in the ACC, or should he be higher? I don't know, man. I don't know that I say he's 11th. I don't think he's great, but 11th in the ACC?
That's rough. Is it though? I mean, these are not just grades that are handed out by somebody who just evaluates and says, I'll give that guy a 79.4 and I'll give that guy an 82.1. And this is not a subjective ranking here, Cole. These are not subjective ratings. These are objective ratings. And Cade is the 11th best quarterback in the ACC.
There's no way. Listen, I get it. I get that they're rankings, but when I'm looking at this list, are you telling me that Hank Backmeyer from Wake Forest, you'd rather have him than Cade Klubnik? I mean, man, I get it. These are PFF grades, minimum 250 snaps. Preston Stone, Chandler Rogers, we'll get a good look at them for the first time this year because SMU and Cal are just new to the conference, right? But I just don't know that I can buy. I'm not saying that Cade Klubnik's top 5, but in the ACC, Diesel, it's hard for me to sit there and say, as bad as that conference is, as average. Let me phrase it like this: as average as that conference is he the 11th best? I would say he's more toward 7 or 8. I just don't know that I can say 11.
Cole, by these rankings, you consider the fact that Cade Klubnik is 7 spots below the player he replaced, who went off to Oregon State and then came back to the ACC. DJU,
don't remind us.
number 4, Cade Klubnik, number 11.
Do not remind us of that. Do not remind. Oh, my gosh. You're right, though. You're right. I mean, he is. So DJU on that list at Florida State is ranked 4th, as you said, Diesel, with an 82 PFF grade.
Tiger
Clemson
fans,
fan.
how do you figure that one out? I mean, hey, Garrett Riley has time to figure things out and to right the ship and to teach Cade Klubnik his ways. And maybe he will. Maybe by the end of this season, we'll be eating the paper that this list is printed on.
Diesel, will Cade Klubnik finish the season as the 11th best quarterback?
No, I think we'll see some improvement from Cade this year. I mean, there's no way that he's going to be as, and I put this in air quotes, Tiger fans, don't yell at me. There's no way he's going to be as bad as he was last year. He wasn't bad. He wasn't awful. He wasn't awful. But, I mean, it's not like the ACC is known for its elite quarterback play, right?
No, it's not. It's not. Wesley says DJU at 4 is laughable. I would kind of agree. I don't know that DJU is, again, these are his grades.
It helps coming from a conference that played no defense.
That's true. That is true. Again, these are just PFF grades. These aren't Diesel and I's rankings or anything like that. These are just our grades. All right, Diesel, we have something fun coming up next. Tell us what is coming up at 6 o'clock.
Yeah, Cole, coming up next, we're going to keep it local. We're going to bring it right here to the state of South Carolina, to the Carolinas as a whole. We'll spot you in North Carolina as well, Cole. We're going to go through the best and worst town names of the Carolinas. Get a chance to tell us, give us a little taste of your sense of humor, Tolos. Which town names do you like the best? So we're not asking you what are the best towns. We're asking you who have the best names. Hit us up on the text line, 71307. Start your text with keyword fan. We'll get into that next here on the other side on Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson on the Fan Upstate.
Sports Station.
You ready? Let's go.
It's alive! Drive into left center field. Touchdown! From the fields to the courts and the gridiron to the tracks.
Electrifying sports talk from start to finish.
You're going wire to wire
With Diesel and Cole Bryson.
on the Fan Upstate.
It is the final hour of the show. It's so good to be with you on this Wednesday edition of Wire to Wire. He's Diesel. I'm Cole Bryson. He is back in the Ingles Market studio. I am at the high school football showcase at Spartanburg High School. A couple of teams did stick around. Chapman and Boiling Springs both doing a little bit of practice, running through some drills in front of the college coaches that stuck around. I'm not sure how many college coaches decided to stay, but there were, looks like 2 teams that stayed, even though the weather got pretty.
Cole, can you do a little helmet scouting? Can you do a little logo scouting from where you are? Can you see, because I'm sure all these college coaches are wearing polos or hats with their affiliations on them. Can you tell me who's still around?
You know what? You would be able to see some affiliation and some color, right? Let's see if I can get something stirred up here. Let me look at these coaches. All right, I have a guy at the 42-yard line in a solid purple shirt. What would that indicate?
Could be East Carolina. Could be James Madison. Could
be
be Western Carolina.
You, right?
Could be Furman. Could be TCU, maybe.
Yeah, it could be. I was thinking Furman. I can't see, but there is one coach. There are a few coaches still here. Some of them are in just regular colored, polos or jackets or whatever you have. Some good competition. Again, that we're supposed to be like 8 to 10 teams involved. So it's sad that the weather knocked a few of them out, or most of them out, if you will. But Boiling Springs and Chapman on the fields now. And as we get into high school football season, Diesel, we'll talk more and more of high school football as August approaches. But one of the teams in 5A that does have a returning quarterback is Boiling Springs, who is on the field now, led by Lincoln Husky, a quarterback who will be a senior in the fall. They're going to be a really good team this year, having a guy at quarterback who's been in the system now, who's been playing for 3 years. This will be his 3rd year playing quarterback. So Boiling Springs will be a fun team to watch. And, man, I can't wait. I can't wait, not just for high school football, but for college, pro. You and I, we started this show in what, April?
That's right. March? We are on show number 38, Cole.
So we're just getting our feet wet. But, the dog days of summer, they'll be here soon. And then before you know it, man, we'll be full throttle, balls to the wall, Diesel. Just plenty of football to talk about. I mean, who doesn't love football in the South? And it just goes to show, like, other radio stations are here today. There's a lot of media here today. When this thing started, or was supposed to start at 3 o'clock, Diesel, there were 3 or 4 TV stations here. High school football in the upstate, I mean, it's different. Like, you don't get this everywhere, right? This is different. People really care about high school football, so it will be here soon. Hey, speaking of high school football, small towns, Diesel.
Yeah,
I thought this would be a little fun to do to close out the show here in the final hour. This may drag on to other shows. I would assume that it will. But, Diesel, you and I, we're going to give our best and worst town names in the Carolinas. As you said earlier, we'll include North Carolina. But I want to hear from the Tolos, from our listeners. What are your best town names in South Carolina? What are the ones that you think are the worst? Not just South Carolina, but North Carolina as well. Let's start with the best. I like going best. And, Diesel, your best town names in the Carolinas. What do you got for me?
So I know a lot of people are going to go to a fun town name in Spartanburg County, and that is a very obvious choice. And you wouldn't be wrong for choosing it, Cole. But I'm going to go a slight different direction. I'm going to go with Possum Kingdom, South Carolina, because it's just a ridiculous name for a town. And there's a great Toadies song from the 90s called Possum Kingdom. So I'm going with Possum Kingdom, South Carolina as my favorite town name in the state.
All right, I want to stop you there. That's your favorite, Possum Kingdom.
Yeah.
Best town names, worst town names, right here on Wire to Wire. Where in the heck is Possum Kingdom? Do you know? Because I don't have a clue.
Possum Kingdom is Possum Kingdom. You asked me this.
No, I'm sorry. I put you on the spot.
On the spot, yeah. So Possum Kingdom, Cole, is due south from Greenville. To get there, you take Highway 25 out of Greenville. You go through Woodville. You go through Ware Place, and you get to when you get to Ware Place, you hang a right, and you end up down at Possum Kingdom. So
out near
the
DXP.
road, yeah, basically the road is halfway between Ware Place and Belton.
Wesley on the stream says for his best, he's going with Ashpoo or Fingerville. I like those. Texter says, Bonehead says Sugar Tit. That one was one we knew would be on the list, right? My favorite, not Cowpens, not Sugar Tit. I like Possum Kingdom. That's strong, Diesel. That's strong. But I'm going to go north. I'm going to go to your home state for my favorite town name. It's the one that welcomes everyone. It's the one that makes everyone feel at home. It's the one that has the hospitality, and that is Welcome, North Carolina.
Oh, that's sweet, man. It feels like a movie from the 1970s should have been made, or 1950s should have been made in Welcome, North Carolina.
It does, don't it?
It does. It does. But Cole, see, my favorite town name in the state of North Carolina, instead of making you feel welcome, it gives you a certain buzz, right? You get one of these, and man, you've had yourself a really nice day. I'm talking about Climax, North Carolina. You telling me that Climax, North Carolina isn't a place that you want to go to?
That, you know what? I'll be honest with you. I've never heard of Climax.
Really?
I've never heard of Climax, North
Neither
Carolina.
of your tender dates.
No. That's the first for me, Diesel. That is the first. Climax, North Carolina.
That's a good. It's a good one. It's a good. I've got a couple of honorable. I've got a couple of honorable mentions here, Cole, that nobody has mentioned yet. Okay, so my favorite honorable mentions in South Carolina are Sugar Tit. That's a great one. There's also a town called Nine Times. Nine Times. Yeah. I don't know what happens in Nine Times, but you're going to get a lot of it. And then my favorite town names, honorable mention in the state of North Carolina, my home state, Lizard Lick, Nag's Head, Stumpy Point, and why not? Why not North Carolina?
What do you mean, why not? There's
Why not?
No town name, why not?
Yeah, it's spelled why not. It is WHYNOT. Why not?
Are you kidding me?
Dead serious.
That is fantastic.
Yeah.
That is fantastic.
Wesley wants to know if Climax is near Fingerville.
God. Why are y'all doing this to me?
See, here, Wesley, here's the thing, man. If you take the road from Fingerville through Ashpoo, you're definitely going to get to Climax.
Y'all are we're going to get kicked off the air. We're going to get kicked off.
We can't get kicked off the radio for just talking about town names in our states.
Town names. I love it. Text line's blowing up, as you can imagine, Diesel. Let's see. Texter says, Sugar Tit, South Carolina equals mic drop. Another texter says, as a native Spartanburger, I like what you did there. I must say that Sugar Tit is a hilarious name. Another one for Sugar Tit. Another one for Sugar Tit. That's 5. How about this one, Diesel, from the 978, Pumpkin Town?
Yeah, I pass through Pumpkin Town all the time going up to the mountains.
We've had 2 Pumpkin Town suggestions already. I did pass. You know what? I passed through there not long ago. Is Pumpkin Town going toward like North Carolina, like the Pisgah area?
Yeah, so if you went northwest out of Greenville and you were headed up to like Bald Rock, if you were headed up anywhere, in northern Pickens County, you're going to go through Pumpkin Town.
That's fantastic. I love Pumpkin Town. I've been through there several times.
Yeah, a lot of really great kayaking, hiking, fishing up there for sure.
I believe I went through Pumpkin Town, Diesel, the other day when I went to Chinmay Rock. I think I went through Pumpkin Town. Now, this one's not real. There's no way. Texter from the 814 Diesel says Ketchup Town. There's no way
that is a real town. That is a real town. And Cole, that's on my worst list in the state of South Carolina. Ketchup Town. Come on, you guys. Like, what are you trying to get an endorsement with Heinz Ketchup? You're trying to get Hunt's to set up a facility there. Come on now. You can't name your place Ketchup Town.
Ketchup Town. Another texter from the 901 is the texter rolling in. We've actually gotten 2. No, this makes 3, Diesel. 3 recommendations for the best town names in South Carolina. This one, Tudor Town.
Tudor Town.
Is that next to Clemson?
No, well, yeah, Carolina fans call that Tater Town.
Oh, okay.
Not the same thing. Tudor Town and Tater Town are 2 different things.
Jeez, man. That is unbelievable. We've gotten a lot of really good ones. All right, now what about the worst town names?
So
Worst.
I had Ketchup Town on my list as one of the worst. It's not good. It's not a good name. In North Carolina, Cole, the worst town name that I could find is Coin Jock. One word, Coin Jock. It's like when you got a hole in your pocket and a quarter slips through the hole in your pocket, but it didn't fall out. Now it's a Coin Jock.
Coin Jock. I don't know that I've ever heard of Coin Jock.
Where are the fine people from Coin Jock when it comes time to change your name? Like, you can change your name to anything you want to.
Where are you from,
change your name to Sugar Tit.
I'm from Coin Jock, South Carolina. There's no way that's real, man. There's no way. Y'all are pulling my leg on a lot of these. Ketchup Town was also your worst, you said, right?
Yep.
No, not a fan there.
No.
You know what, Diesel? I'm not a fan of Climax or Why Not. Not a fan.
Oh, come on.
Not a fan. I don't like the Why Not. Climax, okay, I'm 50-50. But why not? That's weird, man. That is weird. Texter Diesel from the 388 says, hey, I am a resident of Sugar Tit. So I guess our frequency or the Odyssey app 1 reaches into Sugar Tip.
How about
Sugar
it?
Tit, rather. Not Sugar Tip. Sugar Tit. I do know that the Odyssey app, you can listen anywhere in the world for free. Just a quick programming note. I am not in the studio with Diesel today. If you just tuned in and you're watching on the stream live on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, you're like, where the heck is Cole in some room? I am at the Upstate High School Football Showcase at Spartanburg High School, where there were supposed to be 10 teams involved today with a lot of high school coaches, and there are 2 on the field now. Spartanburg High School, I think, got a little bit of practice in earlier. Over 40 college scouts supposed to be here as well.
Wesley asked a really solid question here, Cole. Wesley Roberts on the stream says, what are people from Sugar Tit called? Sugar Titans?
Titans. I was going to say Titans.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. That seems right. I don't think we can pluralize that legally on the air.
Oh, yeah, that's not a good way.
What did you say? What did you say, Cole? Say it again.
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. I didn't. What are you talking about?
No, Cole, I've got 2 honorable mentions for bad names in the state of North and South Carolina. Townville. Like, really, that's the best you could do.
Yeah, that's up in Anderson.
Townville. You know, it's like calling yourself place. Yeah. Or city place. Come
that's
on,
true.
Guys.
Are you
gotta think a little bit
Bill?
harder than that. Yeah. And then Coward, South Carolina.
Coward. See, I've never heard of that either.
Yeah, it's spelled exactly like the word coward. It's not COWHERD like the radio host. It is COWARD. Who would want to live in a place where everybody's a coward?
So I'm going to flip this one on you. I like Coward.
Oh,
I like it. I'm Googling. Well, I'm looking on maps, Diesel. Coward, South Carolina is south of Florence. If you left Florence and went toward Kingstree, toward the coast, toward Jamestown, Georgia line, you would see Coward. That's fantastic. I like Coward. You don't like that, man? That's
you like Coward? You like Coward more than you like Climax?
An interesting town name in South Carolina, says a texter. Guess what they just referenced? Coward. So
how about it?
The texter is already in line with you. One texter, Diesel, says Campobello, South Carolina. I think that's how the locals say it, I guess, even though it's Campobello. Campbella. It's not better than Cowpens. Hey, why was Cowpens not on any one of our lists?
It's not Camp Onawana there, texter. It's Campobello.
Cowpens has got to make a list, man. You and I both can't leave it off. I guess I'll put it on my my list of favorite town names. I like Cowpens. It's, you know, every time somebody talks about our town names, Cowpens gets brought up, right? Sugar Tit.
Yep. Texter says, I am a resident of Sugar Tit. So Texter, What do you call yourself?
A sugar Titian. Type. I don't know.
This is going off the rails, Cole.
I have no idea. What would you call a resident of Cowpens, Diesel? A cow?
Cow penner?
A cow.
Cow patty? A cow pinion?
Oh, I like that one.
A cow pinion.
Cow pinion.
Yeah.
That one's good. That one's really, really good. You know what I didn't see, though, on the text line? I'm disappointed, Diesel. I'm really, really disappointed. I did not see on the text line anything about what we're all called from Spartanburg. These Spartan burgers. Remember, we were told if you're from Spartanburg, you're called a Spartan burger. And everyone that we have talked to says, no, we're from Spartanburg. And, we've never been called a Spartan burger before. So,
Cole, we're going to get an answer live on the air. We're going to go to Creed from Cowpens.
Oh,
Creed from Cowpens. What do you, people from Cowpens, call yourselves?
You are technically correct with the Cowpenian.
Cowpenian. All right.
Yes. But what I was telling you is what Cowpens did for me. 12 years ago, I got on the show The Price is Right because I had on a shirt that said, I'm from Cowpens, South Carolina. And the back of it said, it doesn't smell as bad as it sounds. The producers liked the shirt, and that got me on the show, and I won a trip, spun the wheel, and everything.
You were on Price is Right?
Wow.
I was on The Price is Right because of my Cowpen shirt. They said the producer loved the shirt. That's how I got on.
No way.
I always thought they just picked people at random. Now you're breaking down my opinion of the show.
No, you do. They line you up in groups of 10, but they ask you where you're from, what do you do,
Mm-hmm.
and then they see my shirt. And no, you don't know you get picked. You don't know. But after the show, the producer said, we liked your shirt. That helped.
Hey, Creed,
I
real
did
quick
not
question.
know. It was truly, I did not know when I got picked. I had no idea.
Creed, this is Cole. Quick question for you. If you lived in Sugar Tip, what would you call yourself?
Suicidal.
Or you could just call yourself diabetic. Thanks you for the phone call, Creed.
God.
We appreciate that. Suicidal.
This thing's gotten off the rails. Diesel, did he just say that?
Yes, he did.
Just say that. That's
man. Nobody in Sugar Tit ever had a bad day. I'm convinced of that. There's no way that you wake up and you realize I'm in Sugar Tit, South Carolina, and you don't have a smile on your face.
you feel like the Langmores, like Ruth Langmore would be from Sugar Tit, South Carolina. Wesley should get that reference because I know Wesley and I have talked about this before on the stream. What was Ruth's brother's name? Man, I'm drawing a blank. Diesel, you watch Ozark?
No, I don't.
Oh my gosh.
I don't like the blue filter.
You need programming note for you. You need to watch Ozark. It's fantastic. It's an older show, but I say older, like 2017, 2018 it came out. Real redneck, Sugar Tit would fit the bill. Sugar Tit, man, I think that's the
consensus.
Yeah, when you look at the text line, I think Sugar Tit. Why are so many people obsessed with Sugar Tit? I mean, what is it?
I think I know, man. Like, are there? If the town of Sugar Tit didn't have two really nice hills in the middle of it, it'd be something else. It'd be called
Wyatt.
Small C's, something like that. Hey, Cole, when we come back, we are going to dive back into this conversation. Dabo Swinney and the audio that we had earlier in the show that has lit Clemson Nation up. It's lit you and I up. And there's some people who aren't mad about it, Cole, who damn well should be. That's coming up next here on the other side on the Fan Upstates. Cole, if you're a Clemson fan, you may love what Dabo Swinney's doing. You may say, isn't it great that Dabo is focusing on the right things? He's focusing on retention. But I trust in Dabo to get it right. That's what we hear from a lot of Clemson fans. That is the narrative that a lot of the Clemson Homer media likes to push. Trust in Dabo. He'll figure it out. He'll get it right. But Cole, when you hear Dabo say things like this, it proves the narrative coming out of some other Clemson outlets, which is, well, Dabo Swinney is trying the transfer portal. Clemson is trying. They're just not landing the guys. This right here shows me that that's all a lie, that none of that is real. This is Dabo Swinney doing an interview. It was asked about the transfer portal, and he came back with kind of a much snarkier, much more childish answer than I think we've gotten from Dabo Swinney on anything in a long time.
Well, it wasn't really necessarily like a intentional thing. There's a couple guys we looked at, but they got to love you too.
But it also tells us you like where you're at. You like.
Yeah, that's what people. That's the other part of it. And honestly, every player is technically a transfer. We just signed a whole class of guys transferring from high school. So we like our guys. We like our starters. We look at every position and we say, okay, you've got, Coach Reed, you're going to get, 2 corners. Do you want to trade? No, sir. I like my guys. Here's the guys in recruiting. And, there's a lot that goes into it. But we had 127 players go through spring, and 125 are still on our roster post-portal. So maybe we should get like a trophy. And, oh, by the way.
I don't care about your, oh, by the way, Dabo, because you're going to talk about graduation rates. I mean, we like some players. We looked at some players in the portal.
They got to like us too.
They got to like us too. I thought your culture was so strong that players were climbing over each other to get on to Clemson's roster, to get onto Clemson's campus.
People have to realize, and again, I'm not saying this is the gospel, what I'm about to say, but what I'm telling you is what I'm about to say is factual, okay? If you don't believe me, I'll be more than happy to show you facts on this. A good culture, I'll repeat myself, a good culture, Diesel, does not equate to wins every single time. Can a good culture help win? Yes. But just because you have a good culture in place, is that the only ingredient in the recipe? No, it's not. It's just not simple. This is not difficult to wrap your head around, Diesel. This is very simple. You got to have a lot of ingredients to make a really good cake, right? I'm not a good baker. I don't make cakes. I like to cook, but you got to have a lot of ingredients. And Diesel, one of the ingredients is culture. It is. You got to have a strong culture. But the other ingredient is you got to have the best players in the country. You got to have better players than LSU. You got to have better players than Alabama. Heck, you got to have better players than North Carolina. And sometimes lately, Drake May, newsflash, didn't go to Clemson. Oh, we got a culture. They didn't like us.
Yeah, your culture at this point, Cole. And look, none of us imagined that Cade Klubnik would be the 11th best quarterback in the ACC as ranked by their PFF grades. We all thought Cade Klubnik was going to be great. It was as close to a sure thing hit as we thought we could get.
Yeah.
But after one full year at the helm, Cade Klubnik has disappointed. But when you're in that situation, Cole, and then you look back and you say, well, Christopher Vezina, we're not really sure about him. I mean, why didn't they go to Christopher Vezina at all last year when Cade struggled? Well, it's because everybody says Christopher Vezina is not ready. And when you extrapolate that to every single position, Cole, you will find holes that you need to fill. And if it's only one or two guys, great. go get you one or two guys. That's all you need to do.
Sure.
But Dabo's just taking such a confrontational stance on this, Cole. And that in itself, it's not necessarily the fact that he won't go after transfers.
Sure.
In earnest. It's this obstinance. That's what should be concerning for Clemson fans. Dabo's obstinance.
Real quick, before I get back into this, I want to give a shout out to Wesley on the stream, listening from Palmas del Mar in Puerto Rico. I may have butchered that pronunciation.
That means palms of the sea.
Look at you. I didn't know you were so in touch, man. That is phenomenal.
I am multicultural.
Quick programming note. We'll be joined by Boiling Springs head football coach, Coach Matt Reel, in just a few moments from now. He's making his way up. Should have one of the better teams in the upstate, so we'll have some comments from him. But Diesel, listen, I'm a Clemson fan. I don't hide it. I'll tell people I grew up a Clemson fan, but I'm tired of Dabo trying to create a story and dodge questions left and right. He's like, it's like we're in the Army. Left, right, dodge questions. Dabo, just answer the freaking question.
I mean, I know that Dabo is probably tired of answering questions about the transfer portal. He's been asked about this. He knows it's in the media every single day. He knows radio stations like us talk about it every single day. And he, Cole, maybe one of the worst things is that Michigan was able to win a national championship doing things essentially the way that Dabo Swinney wants to do things.
Yeah.
That may add to Dabo's belief that he can do things his way and still go out and win a national championship. But guess what? Michigan had a couple of transfers on that roster. It was a vast majority of that roster was recruited out of high school, and they worked together. They got their brains beat in for a year or two or three, and then they all came together and they won a national title in their last year, and they sent Jim Harbaugh out as a champion.
Yeah, you're right. Listen, I don't know how many times we have to talk about it until Clemson fans can realize. But I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. We're going to take an early break and be joined by Matt Reel of Boiling Springs, the head football coach. And we'll also get in the very last segment, we'll get some daily wires that we have not got to yet. But a little high school football to end the show coming your way next.
Get dirty.
It's Wire to Wire with Diesel and Cole Bryson on the Fan Upstate.
It is Wire to Wire every afternoon, 3 to 7 p.m. right here on the Fan Upstate. So glad you could be a part of the show today. You want to spend just a few minutes with a little interview before we let these coaches get out of here. We started the show talking to Dan Jones of Gaffney. We had some weather issues, but Matt Reel of Boiling Springs, the head football coach, joins us now. Coach, at least the weather held off or went by, and you guys waited out and were able to get some good reps in.
Yeah, man. It was, days like that, you got one chance to get it right.
Yeah.
Guys, I met a ton of college guys here. And it's not like ours. We can, we'll schedule for tomorrow. Those guys are on strict schedules. The whole reason why we did it was to get over here when our guys could see. So, like we always do as football coaches, you figure it out and wait it out. And we went and did some stuff at the school before we came to kind of take some of that time away where the kids were just sitting around. We got out here. It's been beautiful. Kids got great reps in front of those coaches, and we got some film to use. So it's been a productive day for us.
Just off the top of your head, what coaches that you know of or what schools were represented?
Man, we had a ton.
Were there?
North Carolina was here. Virginia was here. North Green was here.
Okay.
And we basically everybody that we saw on that flyer we've been putting out, a lot of them came through and met both guys today or this past week at school and also right here. So having that exposure for our kids, man, them seeing how hard we're working and how hard they're working for us, kind of goes hand in hand, man. I think it's important that kids know we do everything we can to get them seen, hopefully get them in somebody else's uniform when they leave us.
Coach, this is Diesel back here in the studios. Can you give us a sense, and the other Boiling Springs fans who are listening to the show, because, man, we know that high school football is such a huge part of our listeners' fandom. Can you tell us about your team's identity this year? Like, what do you really want to do that has to be done to be successful?
Well, first of all, we got a great community as well. They've been nothing but supportive to me for the going on for third year now. It's been great to us, been great to our kids. A lot of them are here tonight, decided to watch our kids run around. We got a group that comes up and sits in lawn chairs every day at practice and watches it all go down. So, our group, the same thing I talked about when I first got here. We're going to be tough. We're going to be disciplined. We're going to live in the weight room. We're going to eat meals. We're going to be, the most conditioned, the most disciplined team, that we can possibly be. And then we got some guys that can make some plays for us as well. So, if we keep that identity, if we trust each other, always pick each other up, just play, do the little things that people don't like doing. We saw earlier, a little bit of freshman moved up. A guy catches the ball in the flat. He's blocking 20 yards downfield to get him in the end zone. Little stuff like that. That's the stuff I will be watching on film tonight. Positive, negatives, all those kind of things. Just for our guys, seeing those little things that turn into big things that you really start telling those things up.
Going into the 2024 season, how important is it to have a guy at quarterback who's now been there for this will be his third season in Lincoln Husky?
Yeah, I mean, it's huge. Obviously, he got some varsity reps his freshman year, right before he even got there. So really, this is a guy that's seen it bullets flying for 4 years.
Yeah.
Had a great year for us last year. Did a phenomenal job for us. Just having his confidence, his savvy, the belief in him that our kids have, our coaches have. It's a big difference maker. It's always good knowing you got that guy touching the football every single snap, going into the season. Just a lot of confidence for us in our offense.
Sure. Hey,
Coach,
he can wait.
Coach, I know you want to put a lot of guys into other uniforms at the next level. Go down your roster and give the Upstate audience a little sense of who you have you think might have a real opportunity to do that.
We've got a really good group coming back, man. A lot of guys that have put in a lot of work. Offensively, obviously, Husky's a big player for us. Our running back, Javen Chim, had a really good year for us last year. Rashawn Morgan had a really good year for us last year. Almost all of our receivers are coming back. Kyle Patterson had a really good year for us. Tristan Johnson's coming back. Eli Mobley's coming back. Bryson Crow, a kid that played for us last year, is coming back. We've got a guy back from an injured year before. It's going to be our H-back tight end, Graham Guess. Really good hands, really good, downfield. O-line, we got some guys coming up. Tyrell Nesbitt's coming back. Josh Wright's coming back. Dalton Secor's a guy that's been in our program 3 or 4 years coming back. Got some guys moving up, that we feel really good about. Defensively, got a lot of guys that can play, man.
Sure.
Jamir Wright is everywhere. You saw that today. Sydney Smith is another guy that's kind of cross-training for us. He's playing right tackle. He's also playing D-line for us. Dennis Glenn's a young kid that came in and played for us last year. He's on a lot of boards right now. Bobby Macbeth, nose, 6'2", 265, good-looking cat. All of our linebackers can play. Campbell Johnson. We got a lot of guys coming back. The big question mark for us is kind of our secondary right now. We had a lot of guys graduate at Star, so there's a lot of opportunities for new guys to come in and kind of trademark, put their name on the map right there. And Michael Dewitt, as our kicker, had a phenomenal year for us as well. 84% kickoffs in the end zone, which lets me sleep a little bit better at night, not having to worry about covering those. He also has some big field goals for us. And then I'm going to say this too, man. Our staff is phenomenal.
Yeah.
I was very blessed to be able to hire a lot of guys and some guys that were there before. They do a tremendous job of leading our guys and getting our guys in the right place and developing. I think that's the biggest thing, man. You can have talent, but can you develop? And our guys, I would be doing us a disservice if I didn't talk about our coaches and the job they do with our guys.
Sure. Coach, we know you got to run. We appreciate your time, and we'll talk to you again real soon.
Yes, sir. I got to go drive this bus back to Bowling Springs, baby. Y'all have a good evening.
That's Matt Reel, the head football coach of the Bowling Springs Bulldogs. Appreciate him stopping by for a quick interview as both teams, Chapman, Bowling Springs, have wrapped up here. Diesel, Spartanburg, Woodruff did compete earlier, so a few teams still got to get some work in. But as we said earlier, man, just a few months away from football kicking off. And, man, you can hear it in Matt Reel's voice. You can hear the excitement. When you talk
he's
to
ready
football,
to go.
He's ready, man. That's what I'm ready. I'm ready to just go get it. Let's go. I'm ready to kick this thing off today, Diesel. Is it August yet? Can I wake up and tomorrow be August? I mean, I'm ready.
You know me, Cole. You know that I hate the whole concept of week 0, but can we get a week -1 just so that we get high school football a week sooner? Can we make that happen?
I like it. Not a bad idea. Hey, we have not had a chance, Diesel, to run through our daily wires today. That's fantastic. I'm going to. Hey, those awards we're supposed to be nominating ourselves in for the radio station?
Yeah.
I'm going to cut that out and nominate you.
Awesome. You should every day. We got the buzz, man. The buzz here on the Fan Upstate.
So what the Atlanta Braves do last night, Diesel?
The Atlanta Braves kept scoring runs every time I turned the channel off. I swear, man, every time I turned the channel off, they go score some runs. They beat the Cubs 7-0. They're now 26-13 on the season. They will play their series finale tonight at 7:20. The Braves will go for the sweep with Charlie Morton on the mound.
That's awesome, man. That's a big thing. Hey, the Braves, if you have any wood next to you, Diesel, knock on it. The Braves are they're starting to get things out of this slump and get things going. I mean, they're winning some games. What is that, 7 or 6 out of the last 7? I mean, they're looking mighty good as of late. So,
everybody was panicking, man. People were panicking after that road trip to the West Coast to say, hey, you know what? Something went down. Maybe somebody ate some bad sushi. I don't know. Maybe the whole team ate some bad sushi and they were just not feeling good. And, they've got it back on track.
Bad airplane sushi, right?
They got back down to Atlanta, man. They got that good home cooking.
They got that Waffle House, baby. They're good to go now. They're ready to go. Hey, series finale between the Braves and the Cubs tonight, 7:20, just about 30 minutes from right now. Charlie Morton on the mound for the Braves tonight. Let's see if Charlie can get back on the winning side of things. Diesel in the NBA. The Knicks hold a 3-2 lead over Indiana after last night's 121-91 win. Also in the association, the Nuggets have come back from down 2-0. Did you hear that right? Down 2-0. Wow. And now lead the series 3-2 after last night's 112-97 win over the Timberwolves tonight in the NHL.
Jokic is playing with those guys.
Oh, well, they're starting to figure it out. They're starting to get things right back on track to where they left off last year, and they're playing well right now. This game 6 should be a lot of fun. Stars and the Avalanche tonight, 8 p.m. Dallas leads the series 3-1. Diesel, does that mean if there's only one game tonight, the Hurricanes have to be tomorrow, right? I haven't looked.
Yes, game 6 in that series is tomorrow night, 7:00.
North Greenville baseball opens up their regional tomorrow. D2 starts a little bit earlier than D1. North Greenville is a D2 host once again. Diesel, so the I about slipped up. Did you hear what I almost said the C word? That C word that you can't say. I almost said that previous mascot of theirs.
What's the new mascot?
North Greenville Trailblazers.
I don't like it. They're the Crusaders.
Yeah, I don't like it either.
Do they have to change uniforms mid-season? The baseball team have to change unis mid-season, or they get to finish out as Crusaders?
That's a great question. I would say finish out as Crusaders, right? Like, let's finish out.
That's a big expense for just a couple of games in the season. So do we have anybody in the audience who has connections there to North Greenville? I mean, you're on the ground, boots on the ground, going to games. Did they change their uniforms when the name change came down, or will they finish out as Crusaders?
I'm
71307.
Diesel, I'm 99.9% sure they did not change their uniforms. I could be wrong. There's a 0.1 chance that I'm wrong. I'm wrong every leap year. So we'll see. But tomorrow night, North Greenville, Georgia College, regional time, 6 p.m. up in northern Greenville County. Should be a lot of fun. Diesel, what is this about Tom Brady backing out, saying this Netflix roast was too much?
Yeah, Tom Brady, I finally finished the Netflix roast of Tom Brady last night.
Did you really?
It was good. It was good to the end. I mean, I think it started out really, really strong, and then it sort of faded in the middle part, and I think it caught back up there at the very tail end of the event. But Tom Brady has come out and said publicly that the Netflix roast was really tough on his kids, and that if he had a chance to do it again, he would not go back and do it again. I say, boo-hoo, Tom. You made a lot of money. You were on TV. You were enjoying the jokes. You were cracking jokes on your wife after the event, and people were asking you, Tom, why would you let people crack on your ex-wife like that? He goes, they pay me a lot of money to bash my ex-wife. Of course, any divorced dad would do that. So Tom Brady, looking his gift horse in the mouth, maybe trying to walk things back a little bit after his comments there at the very end of that of that event. And Cole, finally, to close it out, RG3, Robert Griffin III, is officially out on the Monday Night Football pregame broadcast.
Thank God.
He will be replaced by Jason, take off your shirt and show your man boobs, Kelsey. Jason Kelsey will replace RG3 on the broadcast. RG3 was not fired from ESPN. He will remain with the network in other roles.
Diesel, I'm glad that RG3's off, but I don't know that I love Jason Kelsey. I'm not you know me, I don't love the Kelseys.
But he's a star right now. That's why they bring him on. He's a star.
Right.
He's got a big podcast. They know that they're going to get a whole new set of viewers on the show just because he's going to talk about it on his podcast too, right?
Oh, 100%. Without a doubt. But I don't know. I think I'd rather have RG3 than Jason Kelsey. I mean,
Cole, I'm gonna throw a curveball here at the very end of the show. I didn't tell you that I had this. Okay, this is a very, very important piece of news that we need to bring up.
Okay.
So I found a ranking, Cole, of FBS schools ranked by the walking distance from their stadiums to the nearest Waffle House. I bet you're excited to hear these rankings, okay? We have a top 15 rankings here. Well, there's several schools tied in there, so this is more than 15 schools. But Troy, App State, New Mexico, and Virginia Tech's football stadiums are all exactly 1.2 miles away from the closest Waffle House. Let's see, the South Florida Bulls and the Georgia State Panthers stadiums are exactly 1.1 miles. Ohio State is 1 mile away. Now we get into less than 1 mile. Auburn is 0.9 miles away from the closest Waffle House.
0.9.
Georgia Southern's football stadium is 0.8 miles away. Western Kentucky and Louisiana Tech, both 0.7 miles away. Georgia, Jacksonville State, both of them are 0.6 miles away. Bowling Green, half a mile. Georgia Tech, half a mile. Alabama's Bryant-Denny Stadium, 0.4 miles away.
Wow.
Cole, and could you take a guess? And you shouldn't think very hard. What school's football stadium is the closest walking distance to a Waffle House in America?
Diesel, I need a hint. Is it local?
It is.
So Clemson?
Nope.
Don't say South
Carolina. less than a quarter of a mile away.
Shoot.
From the stadium. Yeah, it's right there, man.
God.
There's a
That's
Bojangles
impressive,
there,
man.
and there's a
I know where the
Waffle
Bojangles
House
is.
right
forget about
there
the Waffle House.
next to football stadium in South Carolina.
God.
How about it? South Carolina #1 on the list.
Waffle House, baby.
I know you lead the nation in ejections.
Ooh. That's rough. That's rough.
You lead the nation in ejections in your camp, in your stadium, and you are the closest to a Waffle House. I understand. I would want to get kicked out too, so that I could get a jump on the traffic at Waffle House.
Get that All-Star, man. Get that All-Star. Hey, a lot of fun today. Appreciate you, Tolos, for tuning in. Diesel, I will see you tomorrow.
Always streaming on the free Odyssey app. Search the
Dude, I got my throat just went completely dry at the tail end. I've been fighting it all day.
On the Fan upstairs.
There's a chance, Cole, just putting this in your back of your mind. There's a chance I may do the show from home tomorrow. If my throat's still feeling like this, Ashley was sick. I think I got a tiny little touch of it, but I mean, I don't like doing the show from home. I like being here, but if
real-time, relevant sports wagertainment.
I just not show up. Don't tell anybody, just not show up. Yeah, exactly. I'll keep you updated though. See you, man.
It all back and more. Hi, this is Dr. Elliot Hirschhorn with New Life Weight Loss, and we know the secret to losing weight and keeping it off long-term without drugs or surgery. New Life Weight Loss can help you lose 20 to 30 pounds in about a month or two and keep it off without prepackaged meals, no exercising, no drugs or surgery. Go to mynewlifeweightloss.com now.
Hey, it's Rob Brown. I'm getting married this year. I got to lose some weight. I was apprehensive about starting a new weight loss plan. Those things are not easy for me. That's why I'm thrilled I met up with Dr. E and the folks at New Life. They've been incredible in providing support and advice to help me with something I've struggled with. 20 pounds in 20 days is possible because I just did it, and I'm looking forward to losing even more with New Life.
To learn about our program, go to mynewlifeweightloss.com now to schedule your free consultation. Our expert team will discuss your health goals, help determine the root cause of your weight issues, and put you on a path to success. Call 864-719-2550. That's 864-719-2550 or mynewlifeweightloss.com. That's mynewlifeweightloss.com.
Running a small business is no small task. At Home Trust Bank, we work hard to prepare businesses for whatever tomorrow may bring. Your dreams are our business, and we have local experts who can help you plan for a successful future. Dependable guidance you need and service you'll appreciate. At Home Trust Bank, we take your small business banking personally. Visit your local Home Trust branch or anytime at htb.com. Member FDIC.
Infinity Sports Network. Sports Flash.
And it's sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Drivers who switch and save with Progressive save nearly $750 on average. Call or click today to find out if they could save you hundreds on your car insurance. The NFL schedule will be announced later. Christmas Day games are known, and both will be on Netflix, which gets now a 3-year streaming deal with the NFL on that holiday. The defending champion Chiefs will face the Steelers, as well as 2 other AFC contenders in action in the Ravens and Texans. The season, of course, opens on September 5th, with the Chiefs opening their title defense against Baltimore. The Celtics were the NBA's best team in the regular season, and that has held up so far in the playoffs. They got past the Heat in 5 games, and will try to do the same against the Cavaliers tonight. They host Game 5 of 3-1. J.B. Bickerstaff said his guys aren't going down without a fight.
They're a connected group, that has been resilient all year long. We've been through a ton with this group this season, and, never once has our group folded.
But they are facing adversity with Donovan Mitchell hurting right now with a calf injury, and he is being watched closely. And right now, he is expected to miss this game as well. Nothing official has been announced as the game will get underway shortly. The Thunder host the Mavericks. That series is even at 2. Baseball today, the Mariners in front of the Royals 3-1, top 8. Also, bottom of the 9th, it's the Rockies 8, the Padres nothing. And also finals, it was the Orioles over the Blue Jays 3-2. The Marlins topped the Tigers 2-0. Brewers 10, Pirates 2. The White Sox blanked the Nationals 2-0, and the Diamondbacks edged the Reds 2-1. I'm Rich Ang.
This is the Infinity Sports Network. Follow us on X. Our handle is INF Sports Network. That's INF Sports Network on X.
QC Kinetics provided amazing pain relief for a former professional baseball player, and you have access to the same life-changing treatments as retired Braves pitcher Jose Alvarez.
I put a lot of stress and strain and work on my right arm, but my right elbow took most of the damage with 3 surgeries.
Arthritis developed and the pain was unbearable.
It wasn't just pain when I was trying to play sports. It was anytime I was moving the right elbow. It was pretty excruciating at times.
That's when Jose discovered QC Kinetics and their regenerative treatments that help the body heal itself, restoring damaged tissue and providing relief with no surgery or downtime. Jose's message to the medical professionals at QC Kinetics?
My elbow is feeling outstanding. Where were you 10 years ago, for crying out loud?
QC Kinetics is right here. Call for your complimentary consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 864-448-3772. That's 864-448-3772. QC Kinetics, 864-448-3772.
It's a mystery where Old Spice finds its amazing scents like Himalayan sea salt, but I'm thrilled they have, because no other body wash exfoliates and moisturizes 24/7 like Old Spice Gentleman's Himalayan sea salt body wash. Now, if only there was a mountain range separating the Indian subcontinent from the Tibetan plateau where I could hide my Old Spice and keep my family from stealing it, my impossibly smooth skin will finally be safe.
At Lowe's, save big every day when you buy in bulk. Save 10% when you buy 20 or more select self-leveling underlayment. Plus, save an extra 5% every day on eligible purchases when you use your Lowe's business credit card. Visit us for the materials you need. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Selection varies by location while supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details. 5% offer subject to credit approval. Exclusions and terms apply. See store at lowes.com/credit for details.
Listen on your phone. Download the Odyssey app and search Upstate.
Your morning jolt of sports. It's the Rob Brown Show.
Wait a minute, Rob. You just love to poop on the umpires. How do we know this isn't just you pooping on the umpires? Because the umpires were the ones who admitted that it was wrong.
We back off the scatological references. Could we do that?
Fine, I'll go on to reference number 2.
Don't hit snooze. Hit play. The Rob Brown Show. Now morning 6 to 10 on The Fan.
The Fan, Upstate. Upstate.
WIRD Greenville.
WORD Spartanburg.
WFBC HD3 Greenville. The official sports voice of you. The Upstate.